This is the State Collation Center for the Governorship and State House of Assembly election here in Lagos State. It's actually in the complex of the National Independent Electoral Commission, INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, what is happening here in a few hours from now, it's going to be the collation of results for the elections earlier conducted today. We visited some of the polling units earlier today and we discovered that most of the polling units ended election at about 12, waiting for the 2:30 p.m. deadline before they started collation. It's unusual compared to what we saw during the presidential elections, where at some polling units, elections were being conducted even to the evenings, waiting for the last person on the queue, according to the Electoral Act, to cast his vote. Few hours from now, we'll be seeing the collation officers coming in. We'll be seeing the resident electoral commissioner coming in. We'll also be seeing some of these empty chairs you see here filled with the returning officer and some of the security agents and officers here. Notwithstanding, it's not yet time for the results to be announced from various local government areas in Lagos State. But we have media organizations already here on the ground, putting finishing touches to preparations so as to be able to get the information disseminated. Stay back, relax, and we'll be bringing you bit by bit of happenings here, direct here from the Collation Center. Every bit of it you'll get to know on IBrandTV. I am Ibuji Korea, standing by from the Collation Center.
Thank you so much for joining us, and of course, we will be going straight ahead into business to talk about today's event. I mean, the governorship and of course the state assembly elections, and of course, and I'm being joined by my guest in the person of Mr. Gani Kayode Balogun. He is a public affairs analyst. Thank you so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure to be here.
All right. So now let's talk about this event. Before now, INEC asserted that they had, technical glitches which has to do with the network connectivity, and of course they also asserted that they had logistic issues which also made it very impossible for most of their staffs to get to the polling units before the conduct of the election started, as at the last presidential elections that were held. Yeah. So talk to us about its readiness and preparedness for today's event.
Well, you must understand that with almost 177,000 polling units all over the country, a country that is almost 1,000 square meters, physically, there will be logistical problems. No matter how well prepared you are, there are areas in this country that to move from one town to the other will require nothing less than 3 hours. So that will be expected. I think those will have been corrected by INEC simply because they now realize that most of these are basically local elections. So they don't need to go interstate. Everything will be done within the state, and because without the paper trail, whatever you put online is not really nothing serious until you can take the paper from the polling units to the collation centers, back to the state INEC, then to the federal INEC, as the case may be. That to me is more important, and that one has been done. All right, and that means whatever glitches or things that a very minority number of people are shouting about have no really long-term significance on the results that came out on 3 weeks ago.
So what you're saying from all your analysis, that the mistakes that were made would have been corrected before now?
I'm sure they've been corrected because, like I said, this is purely local elections. They are not national. So what you need to deploy is not really that massive.
Use circulating the social media, and of course we saw persons who were issuing out threats, and now you're talking about there will be participation. How do you think that would happen when we're already seeing threats going around, and obviously people will be deterred from going out. And now they're saying that there will be more participation.
Those who are deterred just wanted an excuse not to go out. Simply because
You
someone...
say it's an excuse?
You came to work this morning. People are not supposed to move. You are here because you are determined to do your duty. People should just do what they have to do. If people are threatening you
At the expense of their own lives?
How many people will die that you think will die if you go out to vote? You'll be protected. People die in their backtops now.
So you mean they shouldn't pay attention
People
to such
should
kind
not
of
pay
threats?
attention to diversions. Go take your, what do you call it now? Your PVCs. Go out there and vote. Because you don't know whether it's your vote that will change the direction of the election.
People are ready to vote.
Let them
but there
go
is
out.
voter apathy.
There will always be apathy.
There is voter suppression because of threats.
Again.
And you think that is not also important to consider, to factor in as to whether people will go out or not?
Even if there are no threats, which are considered significant, because the threat is just, whoever is threatening you is just one person. The instruments of states are massive to ensure that things are done. I still think even without anybody threatening anybody, there will still be voter apathy. Because in the last 20 years, we've been having decreasing number of people coming out to vote. And they were not threatened. And they were not suppressed. Some people will simply not vote because they just don't want to vote. That's not to do with whatever anybody is saying on social media. Because you must understand, the areas in this country where social media plays no role whatsoever in how they get their information. They listen to BBC Hausa service or VOA Hausa service. And those people will definitely will not talk about videos recorded by one amateur and posted to cause disaffection. They will do whatever they have to do based on their own thoughts and caprices. I think our people should grow beyond these inanities of thinking that simply because somebody threatens you, it's just one man. One man. And you think the Nigerian police and the Nigerian army and the Nigerian state will stand by, allow one man to threaten you. If you don't want to come out, then don't come out. But don't blame it on somebody threatening you. Because you go out every day to earn your money now.
But don't forget, he might also have backups. He might also have
people
who
we in the media should be very
nice crime.
We should be very careful about what we put out there. You are selling fear when it doesn't exist. That's what they said 3 weeks ago, and the election went very well. Of course, there will be skirmishes in certain places. Don't forget, India is the biggest democracy in the world. They still have skirmishes. Voter suppression still went on in the US, despite the fact that it's one of the oldest democracies in the world. Black voters were still turned back in some areas. People are still going to court to check whether people have the right to vote via mail. There will never be a perfect election.
But in a situation where you see someone coming out to boldly say that whoever that does not vote for this particular party will be dealt with, this person is still moving around freely, and you want people to still come out and take
my brother,
and throw caution into the wind?
If people don't want to come and let them stay at home, it does not change the fact that results will be announced. If only 10 people came out, 10 people will be counted, and whoever had the majority will become the governor or the House of Assembly member. Let's be realistic here. People will always threaten you. Either they threaten you by going out, your landlord will threaten you. Your Uber driver will come late. I can give you 10,000 reasons why you don't have to leave your house. If that's what people do, then nobody will leave their house. We keep trying to sell fear instead of selling hope, and that to me is dangerous. Because one video, there are 22 million people in Lagos. There are 8 million registered voters. How many people can one person stop from voting? I just want to, even if he has backup, will he have 7 million people backing him?
Of this device, which of course affected the exercise to some extent. So talk to us about that.
What is it that they do not understand? Were they not trained on the use of beavers? They were trained. They were trained for 3 weeks, and they had a dummy run in some states. So I don't think, unless they change the personnel very late in the day, I don't think that's an excuse for you to reflect your incompetence when it comes to things you're supposed to do. They were trained. They were shown the way beavers worked.
But you think
if
that
the
doesn't
machine
matter?
did not work, it's a different thing entirely. But that they don't know how to operate it, and they were given to them, to me, is a non-issue. Because you are trained, you are being paid to know how to operate the machine, to use it for the process of the election. So that cannot be an excuse dummy runs with the device before everybody. So there's not an excuse. If the machine malfunctions, that's a different thing entirely.
Of course, there were issues where you got that the machine didn't malfunction.
That's another matter entirely.
Okay.
But that you could not operate a machine you are familiar with, that you are being paid, it's like getting a driver and he said he could not drive manual. Yeah, it's not a driver. It's just a move of a vehicle from point A to point B. So there are skills that are inherent in whatever you are given to do that you must exhibit. Telling me that you don't know how to operate beavers is to me ludicrous.
Now talk to us about some areas where we got issues.
In the last 3 weeks, we've been waiting to see massive problems. And so far, we've had less than 1,000. And you can verify. A lot of people going to court and say they are going to court, but what they are bringing to the fore are less than 1,000. And you and I know that to change significantly the result of an election, or to say this election is bad, the problem will be so massive. 177. That means half of that will be what? That will be 35 plus 50. You have to do 85,000 something bad. PUs that must be bad for you to say it's going to affect it. But all the noise you've had are from a particular part of the country, and you are looking at things that people are not even complaining about. So that's reality. So because the minority is very vocal about the areas and they have challenges that they cannot verify, doesn't mean the entire election is bad. It doesn't mean this election, which is smaller, by the way, because it's localized, will be bad. That's why I say when you are selling hope, it doesn't mean you don't know the reality. But the reality is that I dare anybody to show me 10,000 problems that we had 3 weeks ago that is big enough. Because remember, 10,000 is not even up to 10% of the number of polling booths we have. To do that, you need to give me 17,600 PUs that have issues to qualify for 10%. So when people keep talking and keep asking for proof, and they keep going back to the same areas that we know that these areas consume less than 1% or maybe 2% of the entire country. Simply because something went back in your areas of coverage doesn't mean it went back all over, doesn't mean it went bad all over the country. There are 19 states in the north. How many noise have you heard them make? There are states in the southwest, outside Lagos. How many noise have you seen anybody make? The level of noise that a very tiny number of people on social media makes, you think that Nigeria is burning. Nigeria is not burning. Outside Lagos, the entire southwest is cool. Tell me one problem you've heard in the southwest in the last 3 weeks. And you are talking about Ogun, Oyo, Osun, Ondo, Ekiti. And they are calm. The entire north is calm.
The entire north is calm?
Give me an example where it's not calm in the entire north. Give me 2 examples, I dare you.
But we just got information lately that kidnapping.
We've not seen anybody here, so we don't even know what is happening. But we pray that what happened during the presidential election will not happen again today.
We are here for gubernatorial election, and I'm one of the agents. That is electoral agent, party agent, and that is Oluwara Ikosi. And the observation here, I came here around 8, and nothing has been done based on INEC expectation that presidential election will not, as in that this governorship election will be, as in everything, all the material, everything will be set. But when I came, nothing has been done. It's only the party agent that have been here.
I don't know what is stopping them to come by this time. We are here by, we are reached here by after 7, but we didn't see anybody. So I think that something is holding them. I don't know.
The last time of the governorship, right? I mean the presidential, it was after
going by the last elections. You said everything has been put in place. But as we speak right about now, it's past 9 and voters are already there waiting. Logistics was an issue then, and I'm sure they would give the same excuse that logistics was part of the issue that prevented them from arriving at the polling unit. So what's your view on that?
You just showed me one polling unit.
This is 21 days, mind you.
Hold on. The sample size does not even qualify for a sample size. Because you are talking about almost 17,000 polling units in the state. And you are showing me one where they came late. Show me the ones they already working. That's the correction I was trying to make before we went on break. And I said there's nowhere you have perfect elections. There will always be logistical problems. That's the first thing I said when we started. There will be itches, there will be glitches. All these are expected. That's why nobody, no serious management experts will take one sample out of almost 25,000, 30,000 polling units in Lagos and use that as the basis to condemn the system. Who does that? You are a TV station. Give us more police stations. I'm sure there are police stations, they are already there. I'm sure there are police stations, they are late. I'm sure there will be police stations, they will even come later than this police station. But we look at this on the aggregates before coming to terms that, okay, this thing has passed. Or this, that's why pass mark in most schools is 40%. Not 100%, not 99%. Because you expect that the questions that
office when it comes to performance, and of course those who are coming in for the first time when it comes to antecedents.
Well, I don't think this election is unique for so many reasons that you are aware of. I don't think performance is one of the major parameters. I think emotion basically, then of course religion and then ethnicity. Those are the things that are driving elections in this electoral cycle.
I beg to butt in here, because if you say it's more of emotions, why are people saying that when it comes to engagement with the people, especially when it comes to governorship debates, some governors didn't show up? Then it got to the dying minute, they started trying to, reach out to the people. Do you think this would in any way the second
I
time
wish
in
you
office?
didn't let me land is this. This election is unique on so many aspects. It is being driven not by competence or by performance. It's being driven by primarily primordial sentiments and emotions. People are voting according to their ethnicity and according to their religion and according to whatever they feel will serve their interest in the long run. That is what is going on. That's what went on 3 weeks ago. That's what will happen today. That's why I said it has absolutely nothing with performance. I know senators who lost, who are fantastic.
Well, we're still keeping you up to speed on how voting is going on in different parts of the country. Welcome to Nigeria Decides on IBrandTV. My name is Omobolanle Adeshui. Nigerians are optimistic despite all of the challenges faced during the February 25th presidential and National Assembly elections. They're looking forward to voting in their governors in different states and also the national, or rather state assembly representatives in different states. And of course, they are out there to cast their vote and exercise their franchise, and hopefully the skirmishes that were seen during the presidential and National Assembly elections would not repeat themselves. INEC has actually assured Nigerians, and so Nigerians are hopeful, looking forward to seeing all of those promises made by INEC being brought to fruition this time around. Well, we will be delving into the different states. It is 28 states now going to the ballot, especially looking at the state governors who would be going back into office. 11 state governors incumbent looking forward to getting re-elected, and then 17 states looking towards getting new governors who would be taking the position of taking the office, of course, to rule the state. And we'll also see how women are participating during these elections. We know that when it comes to women participation in Nigerian politics, it's been nothing to write home about. But we're looking forward to seeing an improvement in that regard. About 24 women are contesting these elections. And it's interesting to see that even amongst these women, we have women, someone in Adamawa State representing the APC. We have someone also in one other state, representing the PDP, and it's looking like they're about to change the narrative this time around. Also, we would be talking about voter apathy, hoping that this time around Nigerians will not be discouraged, looking at all of the happenings at the National Assembly and presidential election, hoping that they would go out to cast their ballot. And also, we would be looking at all of these issues on the show this morning as we speak with all of our correspondents in different parts of the country who would be keeping us informed on how voting is going on in their different polling units. We know that some polling units have started voting, while some others are waiting for INEC presence. And it is expected that this time around, no Nigerian, no elected Kayode Balogun. He is also on the show this morning to bring perspectives to all of the happenings around and across the different states in the country. Good to have you. Thank you for staying with us. All right, let's of course look at some of the states, especially the hotspots when it comes to these elections. We'll be talking about states like Rivers State, Kaduna, you have Kano, you have even right here in Lagos, a very, very tough one. But let's start with our home here in Lagos, looking at all of the possibilities, all of the predictions that people have made concerning how elections would go. What are your thoughts, especially looking at the candidates who would be, who are seeking election? We don't want to, of course, talk about the parties or the potential of any candidate, but we want to look at how Nigerians are gearing up when it comes to voting different, candidates to the party. Do you think that there is that level of confidence to want to even go out there to vote in the first place?
Thank you very much. That was an intelligent question. Number one, voter apathy has always been with us, and it's not going to go away anytime soon. So once you have that reality in mind, you have to look at it holistically. 34% of voters who turn out would be fantastic. We can't get 100%. Nobody does that all over the world.
But 34%, you say that is fantastic?
Because there was a time we had 30%. Because really, a lot of people are interested in the presidential election. Once their party or the party they voted for did not win, they tend to become melancholy and decide to stay back home. So it's now the job of the candidates at the state level to now drive out their supporters to come out and vote. And there are so many variables why that will work or will not work. But most of the time, the marginal is very small.
But we'll come to all of that, because I'm looking at your premise or the parameters you're looking at and saying that 34% would be fantastic, because we know that during the presidential election, it was said that the number of people who came out to vote was actually more than the number of votes that eventually counted, and that these are some of the issues that may discourage people from coming out this time around. But we'll take a break now. We'll be back to delve into all of that. Stay with us. All right, we're still going through the elections, of course, looking at the state elections and state assembly elections this period on IBrandTV. And we are still joined right here in the studio by Gani Kayode Balogun, who is a public affairs analyst. And 23. We had about 87.2 million PVCs collected, and a lot of Nigerians, political pundits, analysts were optimistic, saying, wow, this is a huge number. And so we expected the voter turnout to be larger. But lo and behold, we had a meager 24 million people voting. And so I'm going back to the statement you made earlier, saying that if we have 34%, it will be fantastic. Looking at all of the precedents, the fact that we've been having more people have their votes ready to
what you want.
No, but if you look at the fact that INEC talked about uploading the results to the IREV and all of those issues, these youths they are talking about are also saying that this time around they want to ensure, because INEC has promised that all of those chemishes would be corrected this time around. So they are saying that we would be on ground to make sure that those chemishes are actually corrected.
Yeah, chemishes will happen. Systems will fail. There's nothing you can do about it.
So you don't see anything changing?
People have to learn to cope with disappointments. You don't win all the time. And you don't go to an election with the The reason why I'm optimistic at 34% is what I've told you. A lot of people will stay back because a lot of people came out because they were driven by a particular agenda. That agenda was not achieved. And because it was not achieved, they see no reason.
So you don't think that all of the promises that INEC made is enough to make them want to believe in the system once again?
Even if the beavers worked, RF worked, the result will probably be the same. Some people but older folks like us know that in every election, the paper trail is more important. The paper trail starts from your, what do you call that?
PVC?
No, your PVC, the ballot paper, and then those who record it, those who announce it, until it gets to the final results. To a lot of Nigerians, the process was fine. The innovation was a distraction. Did it fail in some areas? Of course. But did it fail to such a level that will invalidate the results? Of course not. So that's why I keep saying that we keep living in a bubble created by the social media to think the entire world is a... My point, any new innovation will have hiccups. And because there will be hiccups...
But doesn't mean we shouldn't try?
We tried.
But sir, you know...
We tried, but it's not the in-all and end-all that a lot of people are trying to make it look like.
But sir, if
because I'm sorry, because like I said, the people who lost or who were perceived to have lost are going to court not because of RF. They are going to court because they are going to collate the papers that are available right now for the same election and take it to court to prove their case.
But the beavers is also instrumental to what they're doing.
It's instrumental to whatever they've done, but they cannot go to court based solely on that. They still have to get the papers, the physical aspect of the election, and get it there.
Well, I'm just...
Look, you have to understand that. They have to do 3 configurations for the elections. Presidential, House of Reps, and Senate. It's not the same collation. It's not the same thing that is done. So if 2 works and 1 did not work, I'm not saying it did not work or that the tamper, they don't quote me. I'm saying that let's work under the assumption that it truly failed. What has that changed anything fundamental from what the people who lost are going to take to court? It's still the question I'm asking people. Fine, let us forget all the conspiracy theories that people have been bantering about. Let us pretend that it truly failed on that day. Just for you and I, let's pretend it failed. Let's agree.
Are you saying it didn't fail?
No, let's agree that it failed. Because a lot of people have questions. Like I said, a lot of people, going to the toilet for some people is conspiracy theory. Because if the water does not flow, somebody somewhere must have sat down. because they knew he was coming to the toilet and make sure the water did not flow. People are just happy. Have you heard of it before? When somebody will do a video that will be so real that you will believe the person. I have one where they did for Obama, and it was so real until Obama denied it. Because it was his voice, it was the same mouth movement. It's a matter of journey. I'm not saying this is what happened, I'm just giving an example. That's why the police will tell you that they will investigate.
It's not just one, several.
It could be 500. The police will still investigate. Well, the point you are trying to make, which I understand, which I agree with you, is that he ought to have been invited. But even with the invitation, all he has to do is deny. And
because even people who haven't done as much as
basically yours if you fight for it. And that's what I started with. How can one man stop 7 million voters from voting? Nobody has answered that question.
Well,
even if he has 100,000 henchmen, how can 100,000 henchmen stop a determined 7 million voters?
Well, you already made the point that there's even no way for him to find out who you voted for. But I'm just concerned about the position of security agencies in all of this. But let's not dwell too much on that. Let's talk about the politics and the elections going on right now in Lagos, which is, of course, a hotbed for the elections as we speak. And it's a three-man horse race between the PDP, APC, and the Labour Party. But how do you think all of this would affect
and the women? There will be more of them, and that means they can now drive the narration forward for the American people.
No.
And they will resist it. And it's happening in Germany. It's happening in Japan. Nativity is crawling into our politics, not only in Nigeria, but all over the world. Indigenous people are asserting themselves about what settlers are bringing in and resisting it. Even in London. No, nobody will tell you publicly, but we know the undercurrents of how London runs and how the Asian people are starting getting more power and how they are being resented. That
have anything to do with your religion also?
It has to do with religion, it has to do with ethnicity, it has to do... Some people just hate you the way you dress, or the way you talk, or the way you look. There's no rhyme or reason. You just have to accept it as part of our humanity.
So you're saying there's no going away from this?
You are not running away from it soon.
How about this?
That's why I said the danger, sorry. That's why the danger will be felt 20, 30 years. Normally, this will disappear after the election. But the toxicity that we are going through is so much that it will take about a generation to weed it out of our system. Because the genie is already out of the bottle. And I'm being frank here. That's the reality we face. When people tell me people are enlightened, the constitution, these are just jokes to entertain small people. People are primordial because that's who they are.
So there's nothing like one Nigeria, is that what you're saying?
There's never anything like one Nigeria. I've not met a Nigerian. I've met a Nigerian carrying in a state that the island is a very small part of. And then people come to me and he said he will throw, because he doesn't have the power to throw you into the lagoon in the Butemeta, for example, because the Awori has their own king. He doesn't have the right to throw into the lagoon in Ikorodu, because the Obadia didn't say he will throw into the lagoon. I'm not against the question you are raising. I'm just saying stop assuming that one person's opinion represents the whole. It is not true. And this is what is killing the young ones.
So should we not move beyond that idea of allowing one person to dictate rather than allowing the people to choose who they want?
One person will dictate. Nigeria has been under... I wrote a piece that really got me into trouble. I call it Nigerian PLC. And normally I'll write a satire. I'm still going to write it for this election. It's basically back to your question.
Yes, and I'm also responding to it.
This is part of the problem, not the whole problem. That's why I gave you that analogy. The not going somewhere or not appearing at all are what they call fallouts.
But it's avoidable, isn't it?
And in a court of law, the judge will discount it. Basically, in the entire picture. Okay, Charles didn't vote, Paul didn't vote, but 10 others voted. on the aggregate, will
majority carries the vote.
Will these two make any difference in the result? No. Then we'll let the result stand.
But are we sure that those people that were disenfranchised wouldn't have made a difference? Because when you look at 24 million voting out of 87.2 million people collected.
You are telling me that the places that INEC did not go represent the 78 million people that did not vote.
No, I'm saying that they could have contributed.
From failure to go to certain polling units, from people's desire not to come out, from people's being afraid, as you said, because they were threatened. All this you have to factor in for why they are voter apathy. Not one particular reason. It's not done. Because one thing I've learned in management is that any decision based on emotion tends to be false. It may be popular.
All right.
But down the line, it's false.
I'll hold your thoughts. Then we have to join our correspondent, Caroline Elegalam, who is right there at Ibafo for us. Caroline, good to have you back. Tell us what's going on at that polling unit.
All right. So, like I said earlier, voting here is ongoing, and it's peaceful. Not that it's on.
Facts. Chances are the decision you take is the correct one. So I just want Nigerians to know that, like I said earlier, based on your question. Okay, you wanted to ask me another question?
Yeah, that was when we entertained our now, looking at the fact that, let's move over to FCT. There will be no state assembly elections in the FCT.
No.
What do you think about, individuals, residents and indigenes that will be disenfranchised?
They know the law. They know the law before they moved there. Abuja was creation of law.
What if some people were born there?
It doesn't matter.
Aside from the fact that some might have moved there due to job.
What you think is happening to Abuja has also happened to Washington, D.C. We had people that are now looking for statehood. Even in Washington, I think they have a House of Rep member. They have a senator, but they don't have a governor.
The Constitution actually even confers the whole, governance of Abuja to the federal government. The National Assembly is supposed to be the state assembly for the Federal Capital Territory. But let's wrap this up by talking about the traditional ruler. We've been talking about ethnicity, religion. There was a traditional ruler, that's at the Etiosa local government, who talked about, carrying out traditional rights, that's the Oro. And he said that would end before the elections.
Yeah.
But
I know you to have some.
Now, just even somebody out there will take offense. But on my behalf, it's not me. But somebody out there watching will say, how can they be calling GKB? I'm calling him by name. How does that start? You know who he is.
All right, GKB, we have to wrap this up.
Somebody will not start a war. That's how it starts. The Oba who does this know that exactly the two will end at 5:30 because Anoro cannot see sunrise. So when someone decide that's going to affect the election, I said, it can't be this slow.
Okay, I think that's a better word. But let's just,
because the Anoro cannot be seen in the afternoon, Anoro cannot see sunrise. That's against tradition.
But you also have to understand that not everybody understands how these things work.
Yeah, they should ask. Don't just assume because you have a phone and 200 data that you have an opinion. It's not true. That's why I give you my own example. People outside there will fight. See, because somebody is calling by name. I don't. The elections in those areas and see whether they are going to have fundamental effects on the general election. If not, the election starts. So this is part and parcel of the process of democracy. Even in India, they still steal ballot boxes, as you know. They still kill each other. And that's the biggest democracy in the world. They have over 1 billion people, for God's sake. That means people are voting about 400 million people. And you think somebody will not die, or there will be areas where the ballot will not get to, or there will be accidents. Let us be, I like the fact that our young people are interested, but let them base their interest on grounded facts.
You've not answered my question.
Which one?
Do you think INEC is better prepared for this election?
They are better prepared, or there will be problems. That's why I gave you that answer. That those challenges that they will face, where they will fail, if it does not fundamentally affect the election.
All right. I think that's a fine place to anchor it. Thank you so much, Gani Kayode Balogun, Public Affairs Analyst, for the insightful analysis this morning.
Yeah.
Well, we'll continue the show after this. Of course, we still have plenty more for you, guests in the studio, and of course our correspondents across the nation, bringing us up to speed on how elections are panning out in different parts of the country. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
All right, you're welcome back. My name is Rose Blossom Mwe, and of course, this is Nigeria Decide 2023. We've been going through a whole lot, the IREV, the Beavers, and everything. And so far, so good. Lagos is still quite, quiet and easygoing when it comes to the polling unit and, of course, the voting. And yes, we have my co-host here, Bola, which will probably give us an update quickly before we introduce
we've been talking about different things, talking about voter apathy, talking about the fact that Nigerians are still coming out in their numbers, despite the fact that, the last election, presidential and National Assembly, wasn't really up to a lot of people's expectations. And then also there are also talks about how voting has already commenced in different places. That's against the notion that INEC would repeat what they did the last time, because as at the last time, as at 12 noon, so many polling units had no INEC presence.
True.
But this time around, we've heard from some of our correspondents who have told us that as at 9 o'clock, voting already commenced, accreditation already started. And then we've already talked about the coloration that ethnicity and religion is giving these particular elections, especially at hotspots like Lagos State, where you now have people voting along ethnic lines and already campaigning along ethnic lines as against, looking at the issues and focusing on what each candidate can bring on board. And so we're going to be looking at all of this. We're also going to be focusing on women in politics, how that has affected or how the participation has been. Will it improve this time around? Well, from what we've seen, it doesn't look like it's going to improve because so far from the National Assembly polls that happened during the presidential and National Assembly elections, we see that only 3 women have been declared winners. That are the Senate, and then only 15 at the House of Reps. That's nothing to go by, especially when you look at the statistics. While 141st out of 146 nations, and that's nothing to really.
I see it.
It's already
happening already.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to be a physical thing, but the result of the poll will show that some people have more interest than the other, and of course, it's still on the edge of the coin, I would say. But if you ask me strongly, people will still, especially in Lagos, will want to come out to vote. Because the last result, lots of people are not happy with it.
Yeah.
They'll still want to come out and say, okay, if we're not happy, let us try
again.
Change things around. Yeah. But you talked about the threat, and I'm really concerned about that because I was talking about it earlier, the fact that non-state actor or somebody who feels that he has a say in who wins the elections comes out and says, if you're not voting for a particular candidate or for a particular party, then don't come out to vote. And such affront is, allowed to pass by without any form of invitation from the police. The commissioner of police comes out and says, we're investigating.
And 007 was 15.
Okay, we can barely hear you now. That's quite muffled up. We might have to get.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Is it possible for you to move away from where you are and also take the mic closer to your mouth so we can hear you?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Okay, much better. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so I am at polling unit 006 and 007, Ward 15, Lagos Island.
Okay.
Where the governor, the incumbent Lagos State governor, has just casted his ballot. A few moments ago here, it was really, really tense with journalists and people of Lagos trying to have a sight of the governor casting his vote. And I can tell you authoritatively that the governor was happy with the process, casting his vote and appreciating Lagosians for coming out in their numbers, to carry out their civic duty.
So what's the security situation like? Are people tense? Are people free? What's happening? Kaide, can you hear me? All right, Kaide there. But it looks quite sparse, if you ask me. It's not as populated as you would expect it for a sitting governor's polling unit. You'd expect that there are more people out there to cast their ballot. What do you think is happening?
Yeah, I think it's quite early to...
Thinking, where would he come, where would he not come and all that. But when he immediately showed up, you know, people started chipping in. We went into the information that the governor was coming. People started chipping in, you know, those who wanted to see the governor, those who wanted to take shots with him, those who wanted to hail him as usual now, of Lagosians, those who wanted to hail him and all that. And also the security operatives were also on ground to ensure that there was peace and orderliness. But, you know, it's Lagos. You can't always have the peace that you want. You can't always have the orderliness that you want.
Well, I guess that's true for every part of the country. But tell us, is there...
Well, from what I have seen thus far, there's no sign of vote buying. But, you know, if pockets of people saying or advising others saying, vote OPC, vote this, vote that, you know, you can't but always have that. But
the subtle campaign is still going on.
Subtle, yeah, subtle. Like I said.
And the security agents there, what are they doing about it?
They're going about their jobs peacefully. You know, we have men of the police force, we have men of the immigration, we have immigration officers. We also have them on the ground, you know, and we also have observers all around monitoring the process.
All right, Kayode Shokpa there for us on Lagos Island. Well, thank you so much for the updates. We'll keep in touch with you to get more updates right there from Lagos Island. Thank you. Of course, we would have Andrew Abu joining us shortly, but go ahead.
Yes, well, first of all, I would like to add to the security stuff. You know, there is something that came up which INEC Festus talked about and said that...
Festus Okoye.
Yes, said about the security agencies were...
Let's join Abu, that's Andrew Abu, who is joining us virtually. Thank you for joining us. Good morning, Andrew. All right, I was just trying to establish a connect there, but it looks apparently...
I think...
Yeah, good morning.
Okay.
All right, thank you for joining us. What do you make of the situation of things in different parts of the country? It looks like INEC is better prepared this time around because we see voting already on the way in different parts of the country.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been following up on events across the country, and so far the reportage from different states has been positive. Okay, so we'll still be monitoring the issues, monitoring the situation as it goes.
Okay, so let's look at the issue of voter apathy. Do you think that that would be the case this time around? Because a lot of Nigerians, some Nigerians have lost faith in the process, looking at what happened at the February 25th elections.
Okay, so I think first off, we need to establish the fact that voter apathy has always been one of the major challenges we have in our electioneering process.
But there were high hopes that it would reduce this time around, especially with 87.2 million people getting their PVCs.
Yeah, so we've always had high numbers of registered voters. You know, that has never been in contention. So, but as it stands, enlightening people on how important, you know, casting your vote is. You know, there's a whole lot of work that needs to be done in that regard. Then also we have people that don't believe in the process, you know, but whether you like it or not, you believe in the process or you don't believe in the process is going to work anyways. And votes will be counted, vote will be casted, votes will be counted, and the winner will be declared. You know, so I think people need to come out more to exercise their rights of voting, you know, for their respective candidates.
Yeah. So it's one thing for clerics and policy leaders, different, you know, leaders in different circles to come out to...
I mean, terrible issues along the line of the voting, you know, there were violences and all that. Now, that would be discouraging to some other people. I say, so it really means our votes do not count. So why are we really going there to say we want to vote when perhaps at the end of the day we'll have something quite different from what we expect or what we have seen to, I mean, that we expect to happen, you know. So, but again, I think there is need for us to have what we call electoral education in this country. Electoral education will help us sensitize us. It's not when we're close to election that we should be talking about that. We should start and know enough sensitization and awareness for people to know so many things. Many people are coming out to tell you different things.
Whose fault is that?
Yeah, it's a fault of the government, because the government should take responsibility for educating people about the electoral processes.
There's a voter education department in INEC. Shouldn't it be their responsibility to do that?
Unfortunately, you see, the model of educating people is not just about technology.
Of
INEC
course.
has one of the most active Twitter handles.
I've also, you know, watched from different TV stations. There are INEC official, EFCC officials, you know, going around polling units to ensure that there is no vote buying. And it's pertinent for me to say this, that
Okay. Of course, he is talking about the fact that he's not seeing any signs of vote buying, but it's still early in the day. We hope
exactly
it goes on like that for the rest of the
It's
day.
almost 12, I think so.
This is 11 o'clock.
Okay, 11.
So we'll see how things pan out if eventually. But do you think that might be the order of the day?
I do not see it happening.
You do not see vote buying
this
happening?
time around.
Okay.
I do not see it, because at the last election.
All right, I'm still experiencing some network glitches with Andrew, but these are some of the things we need to look at, especially looking at the fact that we have a developing democracy. And when you look at even developed democracies like the United States, like India, they still have some, you know, pockets of skirmishes like this. But let's also look at how prepared Nigerians are to face issues as against looking at ethnicity, religion. Are we truly ready to stop being divided along ethnic lines, along religious lines? Because when you meet a Nigerian, you're looking at, we had a guest earlier on, and he was talking about the fact that when he meets a Nigerian, he's not seeing a Nigerian, he's seeing a Yoruba person, he's seeing an Igbo man, he's seeing a Hausa woman.
We have a country called Nigeria without Nigerians. Yeah, we have a country called Nigeria without Nigerians.
That's deep.
That's very deep. You only get to connect with a Nigerian when you're outside this country.
Especially looking at ethnicity and religion. You see what's playing out in Lagos State, especially the political parties campaigning along the lines of ethnicity and different religions. And of course, that has caused a lot of crises, especially on, we saw the market fire, which was suspected to be politically driven. What are your thoughts on how divided we are when it comes to ethnic, our different ethnic backgrounds and religion?
okay, so it's very regrettable and very sad that at this point of our nation development, we find ourselves in a place where, you know, people still hamper more on.
Okay.
No,
That's a sad one. I'm so sorry. But of course, let's also talk about, you mentioned competence earlier on.
Absolutely.
And I want to narrow in on that, especially looking at debates. When you watch some of these debates, you see that there are some political parties who never get represented. So how do you check competence? If, for instance, those whom you want to, or you hope to vote into office, you do not get to hear from them. But before you answer that, let's get back to Andrew to hear his thoughts. Andrew. All right. We'll link back up with Andrew. But let me hear your thoughts on competence, you know, debate, and how to, you know, channel all of this to hearing from the political office holders or intending office holders.
Yeah, one of the things that is quite surprising to me is that if people want to contest for a particular position or office, they should be bold to come out and talk to people. You know, that's when we'll be able to assess them and know that, okay, these are the people that are okay. Again, let's go back to the way we are being configured as a nation. Unfortunately, you get to know that whether I come out to talk to people or not, there are machineries in place that assist because of, is my tribe's person, is my religion. Taken out. We don't need them. We need result. We need someone that can deliver result to us. Unfortunately, we're just battling between two religious groups, Christian, Muslim. If somebody comes out in Nigeria today and he said, I am Babalawo and I want to be Nigeria's president, what do you think will happen to that person? They say, no way. They won't give that person a chance. I'm not saying that I subscribe to that, but what I'm trying to say is those elements should be totally eliminated.
We're still at the ballots, giving you a blow-by-blow account of how Nigerians are exercising their franchise right here on IBrandTV, Nigeria Decides 2023. And of course, Adeyemi is still with us, still looking at some of the issues happening across the country. But right now, the update we're getting is that the three major candidates in Lagos State have now cast their ballot. And of course, voting is on the way in different parts of the state. Different local government, and we're seeing that the turnout isn't as much as it was during the February 25th election, but of course Nigerians are still trooping out there to exercise their franchise. But it's funny that, yes, we've been
that society plays on women, coming from the part of tradition and religion. There are major limitations that we should also look at in this part of the world, where people will sit down and say, no, a woman cannot be a leader. And I mean, the question is, what makes you think a woman cannot be a leader?
We would focus on that cultural barrier, but let's look at this political situation, especially seeing that in Lagos State, we have at least 2 female candidates. One is from the APM. I can't remember the party of the other woman. Why isn't there so much noise around? Are they the ones not making the noise, or are they being shut down by some of these factors you've mentioned?
No, that before you can bring up that, if one of the women you mentioned is coming under...
It's quite impressive. Benani, she is quite popular when it comes to politics, and she was able to beat people like the former EFCC chairman, Ribadu, to the game, and she became the APC candidate. We also have another prominent woman in one other state, but looking at
Cross River.
Yeah. No, River State. So who is also, vying for that position. So it's looking like some women are actually, making that crossroad or making that headway, trying to break that glass ceiling. But that barrier, you talked about culture earlier. There's also that culture of silence where the woman shouldn't talk too much. And then political parties come up and say, we're not ready for a female candidate. Even in the United States, you'd recall during former President Donald Trump's...
Yeah, I think that is what we should be looking at. We should be looking at women in leadership and creating, not just within the corporate environment, but within the political circle. And at that point, we see how they grow within their career. Let me tell you, every party has growth structure. We cannot, because of sentiment, say, oh, we want a woman, and bring somebody that cannot drive us to achieve what we want to achieve. No.
So you're basically talking about grassroots politics, starting from the basics.
Absolutely.
But let's also look at the fact that, growing through the cadre. But let's talk about the fact that some political parties would even say, well, women don't have to pay for nomination forms. Women have to pay less. Some would even try to make that room, create like the...
Make it easier for the woman to level up, because if you put them on the same criteria of doing the same thing, definitely you have downplayed the woman's capability.
How so?
How so? Because you see, we don't have much women there. Now, let me ask you this. If they said that you have to buy from for 100 million, 100 million for the man, 100 million for the woman, look at the number of women we have in politics that would be able to afford that 100 million. Do you get my point? Not like we're saying most of them are poor, but again, there's this part of, let's give room for the woman.
Are you saying funding is also one of the problems?
It's not. I'm just using that as an example to create that equity Do you understand? All we're creating in that active mode to the man. You know, submission and subservient are not the same thing. But I think we play card of subservient more than submission. You know, which I think the society should start viewing. And that is what will lead us to that equality and equity even in politics.
Indeed, that's a very fine note to leave it now. But we would be back. The conversation continues after this break. Don't go anywhere. It is still Nigeria Decides 2023 on IBrandTV. Of course, the governorship and state houses of assembly still going on in different parts of the country. 28 states going to the polls with 11 incumbent governors and 17 new governors, of course, vying for the electoral position. But joining us right now is our correspondent who is right now at Shomolu, Aigboje Ikoria. Good morning, Aigboje. Tell us what's happening right there where you are.
Yeah, it's nice hearing from you this morning, Bola. We started coverage from Ikeja as early as 8 a.m. this morning, where we saw that some persons were actually distributing food to the electorate and all that. I will move straight to the polling unit of the Labour Party governorship candidate in Anipo, where he voted. That's valuable. And he raised some observations during the process while he was casting his vote. After he was done, he spoke with journalists and raised some observations, saying that there's been issues. He's been getting information of intimidation of voters. He's been getting information about some areas where voters have been attacked and where people are told not to vote if they are not voting for a particular political party. Which, of course, brings to mind that we have been saying all these things before now, that the security agencies need to be on the ground. They need to be on top of the game, given what we saw in the last election in Lagos State.
Okay, so what exactly is the security situation? People are, moving freely? Are the security agents carrying out their duties in a civil manner?
Yes, of course, restriction of movement order is being enforced by security agents, not without allegations leveled against members and officials of the Federal City Court here in Lagos State, which we saw along the Ibadan-Lagos Expressway, just by 7-Up area, where a luxurious bus coming from the east into Lagos was apprehended, fully loaded by passengers. And passengers are alleging that they've been coming all through from the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, where they paid their way through by giving cash to some security agents on the road. But we get into that particular area of 7-Up where the road safety is dominating security agents on the road, saying that they said each and every one of them must pass with 1,000 naira before they will allow them go to the roadblock in that particular area. We did accosted the road safety agents. We spoke to them and we asked them if the allegations leveled against them are true, and they denied it, saying that they never asked them for money, that if they had asked them for money, they would have since passed through the place. But they are telling them that they're enforcing the orders are given by the Constitution, that restrictions, movement to be restricted today because today's election. And they are aware that today's election, the ships have gotten into the road traveling while they know that today's election. And perhaps they are saying that they are not going to let them leave their spot, they are not going to let them leave that particular place until the election is done. Again, we went to Shomolu. Right now we're in Shomolu, where we just spoke with the Federal House of Assembly member representing Shomolu Federal Constituency, the person of Barrister Kuye. And he has been saying that the place is peaceful. But report reaching us now by some electorate and some observers is saying that there's been a series of there's a series of crackers around this area, but we are trying to locate where these things are happening, saying that there are talks insisting that people must vote for a certain political party. So we are trying to locate those particular units right now. And that's why would INEC not translate the results of the presidential election right from the polling unit as promised by the Independent National Electoral Commission. And the chairman indeed said he was going to do all that. We have analyzed all of that, but they didn't do it as when they were supposed to do it. And all these has affected the process. Seriously, I told you that elections have been concluded in some areas in Lagos State that I speak with you right now. In some areas of Shomolu, and most of the areas in Shomolu, elections have been concluded. As I speak with you, they are only waiting for the people to start doing sorting and counting of ballots papers. And truly, I will tell you that this election, you cannot compare what is going on right now. You cannot compare what is going on right now with what happened during the presidential election here in Lagos State. The number of persons that were saved, they cannot be compared to what we saw during the presidential election.
Okay. All right. So please tell us, what's the reaction of the people during this election compared to the presidential election? What's the reaction like? What's the difference?
I'm not guessing you.
Are people quite optimistic this time around? Have you spoken with some of the electorate? What's their disposition like?
There are some of the electorate who talked to today, this morning. They are very optimistic that the process is going to be what they expect, but they are also calling on the security agents, they are calling on the Independent National Electoral Commission to do the needful by translating the election results as promised from their various polling units. And they are saying that they are not going home, they are going to stand to see the results and transmitted by the leaders.
Well, let me just ask you this final question. Do you see any signs or indications of vote buying, whether openly or secretly?
I'm not getting you.
What did you say?
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Are there any signs or indications of vote buying in that polling unit?
Not anyone that we have seen, but some persons have alleged that is the situation in some polling units. But we have not seen anyone outside the fact that with some people giving out food, and these persons are left to be doing all of us on behalf of the political party. And we did ask some of the electorate what they think about it, and they actually described it as vote buying. That in fact, if you bring in food to a polling unit, in fact, you're trying to use the electorate because if they understand what party and platform you belong to, and you are giving them food and they are taking from you, it might influence their decision while they are casting their vote.
All right, Paul Iboje Ikoria right there for us in Shomolu polling unit, bringing us up to speed on events as they happen right there. Thank you so much and stay safe. All right, let's talk about some of the issues he pointed out, especially talking about, I didn't quite get some of the things he said, but I heard him when he talked about some agents asking for bribe, asking for money for people to pass. To start with, it's supposed to be no vehicular movement. The reason we're not supposed to experience any vehicular movement on the roads, although we see that some people, according to what he said, are already flouting that rule. This is different from what happened February.
Area, Surulere.
So it's a repeat of what happened.
It's even better this time around. Then they were moving in their numbers, you know, going from places to place. And then, unfortunately, we had the military on ground. The question I kept asking myself was, so why the armored tank and everything that was brought into Lagos that time? What was really the significance?
In fact, the stop and search was really more intense this morning on our way to work. We saw the roadblocks, humongous roadblocks on different spots.
Absolutely.
And you'd expect that with all of that, there should be more, it should serve as deterrence to those who might want to flout.
You know, they always have their ways of doing all these things. What of a situation where they even dress with police uniform and INEC stuff and move? And meanwhile, they're just not officials. You know, all these things happen. We know, I mean, these are some of the ways they operate. But I think this time around, you know, I did mention that some of the security agents may even be overwhelmed. Now, it's really, really shameful that at the polling unit you have to pay before you pass through. For what? I think immediately that information is shared, the security agent should go straight to that point.
But it's the security agents asking for
creating this violence, you know. Now, for a leader to come out and say that people will have the opportunity to vote and everything, then there is a different narrative, you know, giving people hope that they can really vote and all that. But don't let us forget the fact that people have the rights, they want to defend their rights to vote. We don't even know at the end of the day whether they cast the votes. I mean, the right thing will be announced. You know, that's another thing we should look at. It's not about casting the vote, it's for the vote to count. That's the main thing we should be looking at, you know.
And then you also look at the fact that they're not independent when it comes to logistics, when it comes to funds, and all of these issues. How independent are they? Independent in terms of objectivity in presenting the result from the polls, okay? But not independent in terms of getting resources for their operations. You know, one way or the other, the taxpayers' money will go to them and it goes to them through the government. But the question is, in terms of questioning their independence, is the outcome of what we see from them. Do you understand? Is the outcome of what we see from INEC that will make us to say they are truly independent? Or the outcome, if there are things that should be of concern, we should look deeper into them. A loser will always complain. In fact, a loser is a noise maker. The winner is a voice maker. That's, let's leave it there.
Which brings about the winner takes it all syndrome thing, where the winner takes it all and of course the loser has nothing, which I think it brings about this noise you're talking about. Do you think that?
Yeah, you see, at times when you make noise, your noise can either make sense or not making any sense. Now, who judges whether it makes sense or not? The court.
And I guess what makes it noisy is the fact that it doesn't make sense.
Absolutely, by popular majority.
Exactly.
Yeah, but again, the last hope of a common man is the court.
Really, is it? Is it?
We are going to make use of the beavers. That's the bimodal voter accreditation system. That's what we're going to use. Like we all knew that they said the court gave us the go-ahead to go and reconfigure, because that was what we used during the presidential and national assembly election, and we need to purge beavers to ensure that we have it as clean as possible, no data on it. So that was what we have done now nationwide and particularly in Lagos State. So based on the outcome of the court that we can go ahead to reconfigure, we have done that in Lagos State. We have reconfigured all the beavers we are going to use, and we are set now. Those beavers, basically, we did not, even those that were removed mainly were even Yorubas. And we don't want to say this is Yoruba, this is Igbo, this is Hausa. No. INEC belongs to, I normally tell our people that INEC belongs to all the political parties in the nation and even in the states. So we are an unbiased. We have told you that we needed to reduce, we need to downsize, because we won't need up to 730-something thousand ad hoc staff. The election we are having now tomorrow is not as huge as the one we had the other time. We must ensure that secrecy of ballots. So all our voters, we want to tell them, please, in as much as you have your voter card with you, please come out tomorrow, 18th March 2023, to come and perform your civic responsibility of voting for the party or candidate of your choice. Well, let me put on record, because this issue you have just raised, we issued a press release to that effect 2 days ago. So, and in that press release, we clearly stated, because the first election, and we should tell our people as well, that the IREF, that is the INEC Result Viewing Portal, we are still going to use that. at each polling unit after we finish the poll at each polling unit, and we have entered the results into our resource sheet we call EC8A. So this will be uploaded onto our IREV. So now we want to tell our people that although we had some itches during the presidential election, so we want to tell our people that we have done the needful. We have done all that it takes to ensure that this election, come tomorrow, God willing, is going to be possible and it's going to be credible, free, fair. So the final stage of the refresher course is going to take place tonight at each rack center, because like I said, as we speak now, all our materials will be moved from the local government down to the registration area centers. That's the rack center, and that is where they are going to keep the night till tomorrow morning, 18th, when we'll have the governorship and House of Assembly election. So we want to tell our people that we are fully ready, fully prepared in Lagos State. Just like you have said, this is a news to me. We have never had such a thing. And we want to tell our people that we are in top contact with all the security officials, because we have this interagency meeting we call ICES, Interagency Consultative Committee.
Polling units 018 in Olowora, Ikos, Isheri. So we are here for gubernatorial election, and till now we are still waiting for them. This to 9. We've not seen anybody here, so we don't even know what is happening. But we pray that what happened during the presidential election will not happen again today.
We are here for gubernatorial election, and I'm one of the agent. That is electoral agent, party agent.
Even we are even talking to them. I say, why do people keep late? Those, the government say they give them 2 hours more. Understand me? So those people that they came late, they came now, because they even tell them that you people came late now. You're supposed to wait for that 2 hours. Some people when they want to vote. Now, they now argue with people that those people that say you people came late now, and they want you people, they have to vote. If they don't allow them now, what do you think that is going to happen? If not because of this police and all those.
Do you want the most up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion? On IBrandTV, brands and fashion is tailored to fulfill all of your fashion needs. From the thrilling trend segment, which keeps you current on the changing faces of fashion, to the brand spotlight, which educates you on the fashion business, there is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national.
On politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment, health, relationships,
What makes you think I want to get married?
and lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further, we got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
which educates you on the fashion business. There is something for everyone. And there is always the ever fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
That is why the election tribunals are there to attend to these complaints. But by virtue of Section 153 of the Nigerian Constitution 1999 as amended, INEC is the legitimate umpire given the mandate to manage elections. And when they go through the processes and you are not satisfied, you can go to the tribunal. You see, and until we probably amend our constitution to give another body a parallel authority to checkmate INEC, we have to settle for that. You see, so, and that's what you call grievance procedures in human resources management. It's already there. Even within the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, there are provisions there that where you are not satisfied with the results, you can go for down with an open mind to look at it. Okay, if I'm complaining that my presidential candidate was not given the mandate, then why should I accept my National Assembly candidate that also crossed through the same process? So why don't I? So when people began to call for cancellation of elections, you need to sit down and evaluate. And that's why it's difficult with the judiciary. You can shout out there, you can roll out allegations, you can, but come, bring your facts, bring your evidence, bring your witnesses, bring your exhibits that they have. So I think it has to do with the politicians, with the umpire managing elections, because obviously there were perceived issues that did not give credence to the exercise. And having said that, eventually what became prominent was the transfer of results to the IREV. Please calm down and realize we did not happen immediately for some reasons, because eventually And INEC is saying, bring your own certified
proof
result from your polling units to compare with what we have on the IREV. And the IREV is, the material of INEC. You can have access to them, but primarily, it is an who have taken the pain to evaluate the whole procedure. If Lagos State lost the presidential polls to Labour Party, something is going on in INEC.
Although Labour Party said that the figures were also manipulated.
Let them bring their... There were reports also that some people started manipulating because a lot of pseudo INECs emerged online. But constitutionally, by virtue of Section 153 of the Nigerian Constitution, 1990, it's only INEC. You know, when a football match is going...
It's more like there are no distinct philosophies for different parties. And so most times it's usually a case of what serves my political interest. Most times that leads to, people going into office because they just want to, get their hands into the cookie jar and not really serve the people. How do we move from that kind of politics, that determines or that fills the pockets of some set of people, as against putting people in office who are there to serve the people?
The journey has started, and without any bias. If you have seen how some politicians have been jolted off their executive seats to begin to engage feedback from the people. We learned in social studies that there are three arms of government, separations of power, checks and balances, the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. And when recently states went to the Supreme Court, that by virtue of Section 232 of the Constitution of Nigeria, 1990, amended, is the court of first and final jurisdiction between states and federation on disputes. And we started to argue that CBN is not a party. You have to go to Federal High Court. But the Supreme Court, in her wisdom and considering the plight of the people and the danger our economy was exposed to, went ahead to assert her position as the highest court in the land since 1963. And it took the executive, I don't know.
We don't feel the impact anyways.
You saw how we tested the fact that political appointees must resign if you are going to get active in seeking office at the primary level. We tested it. You saw the attention given to the fiscally challenged, different aspects of the law. We have tested, and we are still testing Section 47, talking about application of beavers. You see, then you go to Section 62. So you look, these provisions are there, and you can always amend them. So I expect, for instance, that the 10th Assembly should look at the impact of monetary and fiscal policies on government.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning. Morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle.
070-6800-168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting as the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than also IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning. Morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68-000-168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
Up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion? On IBrandTV, brands and fashion is tailored to fulfill all of your fashion needs. From the thrilling trend segment, which keeps you current on the changing faces of fashion, to the brand spotlight, which educates you on the fashion business, there is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With
been overwhelming presence of security men and the lockdown. Yes, there's both the voter apathy, no doubt. However, I believe that there are many more people who want to come out to express their franchise, but the overwhelming presence of security men and the lockdown of the city. If I were not the governor, I'm not sure I would have been able to get to my polling unit. I mean, the lockdown is extreme, so I'm appealing that it be relaxed while, the security adequate measures are taken to monitor and police people's activities, but not prevent people from getting to their polling units. Right now, people are being prevented or they're being deterred from going to vote.
Was that not based on the probably report or the apprehension that this
yes,
election will be violent?
we know. So we're saying there should be some balance. This is extreme.
All right,
what are your expectations, sir?
You can see that it's a totally different mood today compared to what happened on February 25th. That was an aberration. Today, people will come out and express themselves based on the local issues, not national issues.
You are confident you will win your unit?
I'm the governor of Edo State.
Welcome back. It's still the Nigeria Decides. And of course, we just saw the executive governor of Edo State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, saying categorically that the security architecture around the state is quite overwhelming and the presence of security men, calling it extreme. So I'm coming to Jide Ologun to say, what's your view about what the governor said in Edo State? Do you think it's about the security architecture, or do you think it's about some other fears that is alleged to rent the air?
You know, it's a reflection of a gap. They all form governments and should have consulted exhaustively to know the level of security interventions required. But when the environment has not been presented as being safe, then you call for this overwhelming intervention. And I challenge the politicians themselves, if you put together their statements towards elections and profile, I think sometimes they do more harm than good to create fear. There is nothing desperate about coming to serve the people, and these are questions some of us are asking. What is, you are coming to serve? So why all
so much
this
apprehension
desperation and everything? I mean, we saw parliamentarians resigning in the UK. It's why talking of what are we agitating for? That let there be justice, let there be equity, let us have a taste of the enormous resources in this country. You see, when that is done, we have constant electricity from the second largest deposit of bitumen in the world that we have in Nigeria. Let's fix our roads. Let's blast some rocks between Okene and Okakoko in Ondo State, the capital of the world. That's my hometown. Let's fix the roads. Let students go to school. Let's restructure our budgeting. Put more on capital expenditure than recurrent expenditure. Let's prevent oil theft. In our constitution, Section 14, subsection 2. says that the security and the welfare of the people shall be the primary purpose of government. And that starts from providing that security and welfare to key us into the motto of the country, which is unity, faith, peace, and progress. And you now go to section 15, subsection 5 of the Nigerian Constitution as amended, that says that the state shall abolish corrupt practices and abuse of office. So when you have police officers that are not operating within ethical expectations, there should be mechanism to deal with them. But in a situation where you spend on applying for visa, non-refundable funds, on a weekly basis, and Dubai is saying, no, please stay in your country. I mean, let's sanitize our environment. So when we have a nation where bandits can bring down fighter jets, I think you must commend the police for even being able to come out to say, we want to carry out our mandate. You see bandits threatening to kidnap a president of Nigerian Defense Academy, breaching our rail transport system that we have invested so much. Same ticket has won. You know, so let's come together as a people and really look at what exactly are we entitled to. A wise man said, you don't get what you deserve in business, you get what you negotiate. So what should we be negotiating? And that is why, rather than getting bitter with one another, we should get better by mobilizing and collaborating to establish the culture of accountability. You must render account to us.
I like the fact that you mentioned accountability, which will take us to the to wrap up this segment of the show. In talking about accountability, what do you think will be your advice for the incoming presidency? What should he work on first? I know there are stages to these things, but there should be a first foundational step which will build in the architecture design of a new Nigeria.
You know, he has promised to remove subsidy. You're talking about the president. And Ghana just did. And I read that Nigeria lost about $10 billion in 2022 to subsidy. Who are
the Assembly Affairs or Legislature Affairs of the FCT? But the question is, when Lagos was the FCT, it had the trappings of a state. And so it had the dual positions of being the Federal Capital Territory and also being a state. And the question the citizens are asking is, why can't Abuja maintain that dual position so that the citizens, the indigents there, can also exercise their franchise?
I've said it. Section 4 of the Nigerian Constitution, 1999 as amended, says that the National Assembly shall make laws for the peace, order, and good governance of Nigeria. So let them gather the 10th Assembly, listen to the people, evaluate it, do the impact assessment, and create a state if necessary. There was a time we had just 3 regions in Nigeria, South, West, North. At the time we had 12 states. At the time we had 19 states. Today we have 36. America has about 50 states. And things are functioning. So if that we make room for development, and it's not terrorism, attack on train stations, building of infrastructure, different kinds of reports that will be put together, packaged in a history documentation, and kept in the archive. Generations to come will read about it. Some of these leaders benefited from free education. Somebody came up with that concept. At a time, Nigeria depended on agroeconomy. And we prospered. Built the cocoa house, the festive station, so great things can happen. Who are the oil thieves? We were talking about implementing laws the other time. We claim to have identified about 400 sponsors of terrorism in this country. None has been brought for prosecution.
That's where we talk about accountability and defiance.
Yes, in Dubai, I think about 6 were identified.
Or attached to the office of whoever is in governance. Do we think it should be service and some of these amenities should be reduced or brought to bear?
It should be service. We have discussed these things, but my big question is that who will review the reduction of that juice?
They're the beneficiaries.
The beneficiaries of the juice.
So it's almost looking bleak.
Exactly, and that is why, please, electorates should sustain this zeal. There is nothing wrong in weariness, But please don't settle down in weariness. The comfort zone is a dangerous zone. Let's keep driving. I know that the next elections will be more engaging than this one.
Hopefully, because, you know, our correspondents were on the field, and what most of them said is that election has ended in most places, and that's because there were few people out there to vote, which shows that the number of people who are voting at this state and national, or rather state assembly elections, would be way lower than what we experienced at the presidential election, which was
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness Reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the Star Times network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Okay. It is 21 days since the Presidential and National Assembly elections were concluded and results declared by the Independent National Electoral Commission, although with the attendant legal tussles following. The attention has now shifted to the states. Nigerians are set to make their way to elect governors and state assembly members in all 18 political parties' fielded candidates for the governorship election slated to hold in 28 of the 36 states of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The states are namely Abia, Adamawa, Akwa Ibom, Bauchi, Benue, Borno, Cross River, Delta, Ebonyi, Enugu, Gombe, Jigawa, Kaduna, Kano, Katsina, Kebbi. We also have some states that are not, of course, like about 8 states are not going to be attending the gubernatorial election. So continuing, we have Kwara, Lagos, Nasarawa, Niger, Ogun, Oyo State, Plateau State, Rivers, Sokoto, Taraba, Yobe, Zamfara. There will be no election, as I said, in 8 states from Anambra to Edo, Ekiti, Osho, Ondo, and some other states that we know. Of course, the litigations and court judgments associated with these states. Meanwhile, elections for members of state legislature will be held in the 36 states of the Federation. Up for grabs are 28 governorship positions due to vote for governors. 17 governors are leaving office. These are the governors of Taraba, Benue, Enugu, Ebonyi, Abia, Cross River, Delta, Akwa Ibom, Rivers, Kebbi, Sokoto, Kaduna, Katsina, Kano, Jigawa, Plateau, Jos, and Niger states respectively. And of course, we're expecting a rerun back into office in the states like Lagos, Ogun, Oyo, Kwara, Zamfara, Gombe, Nasarawa, Yobe, Borno, Adamawa, and Bauchi states respectively. Of course, I am not going to be doing this alone. This is welcoming you to Nigeria Decides. Today, one of the most populous, or one of the most, how would I put it now, one of the most influential elections is taking place around the country at the moment. It's been talked about from even the postponement of the election from the 11th of March into today, the 18th of March. And we've seen that a lot of states have geared up. A lot of states have also participated in performing their civic rights and responsibility. It is the Nigeria Decides gubernatorial and House of Assembly elections today. And my name is Damlola Banire. Welcome to Nigeria Decides. And I'm not going to be doing this alone, of course. I'm with the Radiant Blows at 6. I'm not getting back until about 3 a.m. just to have a quick nap and come back. So how many women really have this tenacity? How many women have the strength to pull through? It's like plug and play. You just have to go there, come back, and go there.
Huge factor when it comes to women in politics also.
No, but I also say women in all sphere of life, women supporting women. That acronym, women supporting women, I think I would say there's an opposite version of it, which says women are the greatest enemy of women. Because there's sometimes when you feel that a woman should be the one to lend support to you, you're finding it on the other side of
on the men's wing, and a lot of it, and you know this physics that we studied in school, and says, okay, unlike charges attract. So sometimes you sit down and say, how many men, what are the women doing? Are we just to sing in the market, to tie wrappers, to chant praises and sing after? Are you even thinking that we are homemakers as much as we are nation builders? I don't, in 2023 now, I would say that maybe some men still do not consider women as nation builders.
Of course.
They just see us in that clique of home builders and let's remain in the home. But I think around women, what are women doing? Very recently, we know that even the banks have encouraged a lot of women, having had about 5 CEOs in the banks across the nation. So it says that, okay, there's more preeminence on women. Now, who is going to invest in these women? That's another question. The viability, the capacity, I mean, the character. Because sometimes it's like women are just labeled to a certain, we are boxed to a certain kind of narrative to say, oh, if they are not arguing for this, they will be arguing for that, which doesn't just sometimes make sense to some people. And they say, okay, you know what, these women are not ready. And they categorically put us in that box. But sometimes when we keep arguing and bantering, yes, women are coming out. Women want to come out.
Coming out.
Women want to come out. But if we talk about finance one, you have to talk.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
As a voter with disability, please pay attention to this election day voting procedure. Don't be afraid. The National Disability Law prohibits discrimination against voters with disabilities at the polling unit. The Electoral Act have mandated INEC to ensure that as citizens with disabilities, you are entitled to priority voting, braille ballot for the blind, magnifying glasses for albinos, election day instructions to support the deaf, among other provisions. Election starts at 8:30 a.m. at every polling station. When you get to the polling station, present your PVC for accreditation using BVAS. At the polling booth, check to be sure your name is on the voters register for that polling unit. Then ensure you get authenticated on the BVAS using your fingerprint or facial recognition. Once you have been accredited, you will be issued a ballot paper. Go to the voting cubicle to make your choice in secret and drop your marked ballot paper in the ballot box. When you have voted, you may leave, or if you wish to witness vote sorting and counting, make sure you are at least 300 meters away from the voting area. Go out and make your voice heard as we recruit those that will serve us. This message is brought to you by the Campaign for Equal Voting Access, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
Welcome back. It's still Nigeria Decides. Today, the 18th day, I said it earlier, I said it's one of the most influential, one of the most talked about election in Nigeria as of today. I mean, all other elections have come and gone, but this one has more preeminence. I really don't know why. Probably because of the activities that the Gen Z has also put, or the eyes that every single person wants to contribute their quota to the system of Nigeria. Of course, we have our guest seated live with us, and we're going to be talking about a lot of things that borders around security, around women participation in politics and in election as particular. We have Richard Amuwa, who is a security consultant, join us today. And
come and say because the one I've done, what happened, or maybe because of a lot of negative news flying around in Lagos State, and not just only my polling booth. Before I got to my polling booth, I passed through about 6 polling units, and they are all empty.
Okay, so yeah. Do you also think that the extension must have had a reason or a hand in this election, making people lose that interest?
For this extension, for me, it's a blessing, kind of, so that everywhere can kind of calm down, and for people to prepare for what is happening today. So I'm not really sure. I think I think number one is that this is not business as usual. If you're a governor today, if you're elected tomorrow, I'm telling you, the attitude will change. They are not going to wait on election day before they start visiting churches, before they start visiting mosques, or start going to mechanic villages and all that. They will now live among the people. People are going to invite them to occasions. They will come. If they are not going to come, they will send a representative. People, their door is going to kind of be open now. Those are the things I'm saying. So, and I feel that the Gen Z, those of us who are not being in politics before, who are going to be in politics, we hate each other that much that anytime it's election year, we keep getting people to go back to their villages.
And we keep talking about city.
My wife is Yoruba. I'm Igbo. My mom is Igbo. My father is Delta. So tell me, you can't tell me because my wife is Yoruba, I can't contest in Delta State as a governor, or I can't go to Anambra State and say my mom is from Anambra State in Igbo because Nwada. You understand? Yeah. So Nwada is more like a king in Igbo land. But so I don't know where suddenly where you come from become an issue. So those are the things I feel that after this election, those of us who come to TV and radio to analyze, to stand aloof and say no. But unfortunately, some of us are even better than them. A policeman who is on INEC duty this morning and the family has no food in the house.
You cannot be too happy to discharge it.
Yeah. You see, guys, I want us to look at so many systems that is failing us in Nigeria. And that's why I pray for me that during this past 26 election, let me tell you my prayer. My prayer was, God, give us the right person. Please, God, whether it's this, whether it's that, God, no leadership comes to power without you knowing. Even though it might be wrongly, it might be rightly, but God will be the one. And why did I pray that prayer? Because I felt that time has come for us to have a leadership who feels the impulse of the people.
I think somehow I really don't share a different bill to be passed.
They will not say, we're sorry, we can't do this. This is not what my constituency wants. This is not what, well, unfortunately, what we have before today is the fact that we're concentrating so much. So, just like you said, there's going to be a lot of, you see, sorry, I keep saying it, INEC has a lot of job to do. INEC focus so much budget on equipment, on the election day. Just like people who are getting married, they focus on the wedding. They are not focusing on the marriage. So that's the same thing. We need to be focusing on the process of election. And what are the process? Education, educating people, what to do and what to do. You see, if before 2027 right now, I'm here teaching people, you can't get to 26 and say, they don't know that, no. It's not about them. It's about us as people. You're my sister. You're my sister, I'm your brother. And that's what it is. Because after this election, then we go. I can assure you that all those guys fighting, they can never see their office. You want to rush it. You see, it's an attitude I think it should change. It's not right. We have that. We have said we're going to have an election in 4 years' time. But what happened? Everybody just going about doing their own thing. Again, like I said earlier, and I'm going to repeat it here, I think the day Nigerians begin to understand that the power is in their hands, and we begin to use it, even though we try to use it on the 26th, and some people fear that the election is not what it's supposed to be, and they are in court right now. Let's see how it goes. But we are getting there gradually. We're getting there, getting the right people in the right...
putting square pegs in square holes.
You understand? Nobody believed that today...
During the Electoral Acts bill that was read and the participation of the police, it has been said categorically that the police will not be armed.
Yeah.
But do you not think that there are other ways in which the police can quell election violence instead of standing aloof and looking at them until the damage is done? Okay, I've gone on social media and I've seen some bloody parts, and some people said they were being attacked, stabbed here and there. We're even coming back to how they receive treatment. But for now, how do we help our police institution? How do we help them better against election violence?
Okay, I'm going to take a little bit from your question. I'm going to bring you, I'm going to come back to your question about election violence. Number one, if political office have been made like a service, for example, you're just going to go there.
Less attractive.
Less attractive, that's the word. Thank you for giving me that word. You find out that, hey, people just choose to say, okay, I want to serve my people. And people that are going to vote for me will not see any need to fight for me. I say, PDP, you are crying today. You were in power for 16 years. You did not institutionalize police to make police at least nobody, they are not for government, they are for people. Okay. Now you are the one.
Okay, I'd like to truncate your line of submission there. Okay, we're going to go on a quick commercial break. When we get back, we'll continue from where we stopped. Our guest is still with us, Richard Amuwa, security consultant. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Great content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. with the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road.
Looking at the whole thing, unlike on 25th of February, you look at people, we are scared to remain in polling units to count their votes. I noticed that the voting process is more faster today than February 25th, because that day we are struggling to locate our polling units because they move it from one direction to the other. And today we have already known the particular place we are going, so it's much easier to cast vote today. It didn't take me up to 5 minutes for me to go through the whole exercise and cast my vote. So today have been much easier, and I think that's why the crowd is not much today also, because people will cast their votes and go out of fear and intimidation. So.
Welcome back. That was Kayode from grammar school at the polling unit at grammar school. So Richard, like we were saying, and you also heard the submission from the live polling unit center, and it says it's low turnout compared to just equating to what you said, that it was much faster because they were low turnout. Yeah. But now, how do we help ourselves in going forward?
How do we help ourselves? I think, like I said again, we want to motivate ourselves. In a state like Lagos State, I think after this election, whoever that becomes the governor need to speak out, need to condemn this those who are tribal bigots, those who are sentimental in terms of religion and where you come from. Thank you. So there's need to for whoever that is governor to start. The
unification
process again.
I think
also my friend says, in some because the incumbents is actually going around in some villages telling anybody not to come out and vote for opposition. So it's not just only in Lagos. Yeah, it's we can say because it's Igbo Yoruba, kind of, but over there they are the same. They speak the same language. So right now, the majority of them now say, you can't come out and vote for this, but if you come out, we know you. We come to and vote. So, come 2027, by special grace of God for my life, you'll not see me on impact analyzing because I'll be on the field.
And of course, we're recovering.
Definitely. Yes, you said something about more like competence, basically. Yes. Now, how would you describe competence in your own word? How would you describe competence before one can actually say this person is competent, so you should vote for the person, rather than the talks you mentioned?
Competence, if we go by Google or by dictionary, what does it mean? Somebody who can do it rightly, can deliver. You guys are competent. That's why you are here. If you are not competent, I'm very sure that imagine would have kick you out. If you're competent even by your voice, because as a presenter, that voice is there, that look is there, that so you see, if
there's a characteristic.
Thank you. So for me to vote for anybody, I'm going to look at what he has done. You see, a lot of people, look at it, ladies, look at a lot of Nigerians think that being supposed to be local government chairman,
but they've not been empowered.
They've not been empowered
appropriately.
So there's a lot that is going on that I feel that Mr. Buhari have tried it so many times how to empower, even let the instead of moving the money straight to the governors, let's move governor home and move straight to local government. But they refuse.
Okay, so in totality, in this in finalizing the topic for the day, what we're actually talking about now, how do you think INEC should better in 2027? Because I would say this is done already. It's a done deal. Whatever comes out of it, good or bad, we accept it. We remain Nigerians and we'll move forward in peace. But going into 2027, how do you think INEC should prepare using this as a yardstick?
Number one, I think INEC themselves need to be independent. I don't think they're independent enough. That's number one.
Corridors of power analysis, positive changes, because we will also remind you. And we'll also play the tape.
That's right.
And we'll play the tape. All right, from everywhere you're watching us, we're going to be joined by Omobolanle Adeshuyi. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion. On IBrandTV, brands and fashion is tailored to fulfill all of your fashion needs. From the thrilling trend segment, which keeps you current on the changing faces of fashion, to the brand spotlight, which educates you on the fashion business, there is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With over 200 million communications.
Are you a content creator? For your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68-000-168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu.
No vote.
But you know there were talks about how vote buying was done in kind as against in cash.
But there's a deviation from what used to be.
What it used to be.
You see?
I think that has been a culture over the years.
And
which
these are things we should be teaching people. Why do you want to buy my future? I think I'd rather have a secure future than if you give me 20,000 naira now. In this inflation, food inflation is about 24% now. The regular one is about 21.5%. So
21.9.
A crate of egg is about 2,400. So, and if you have children with very healthy appetites in 3 days, That bridge is gone. So why don't we go for an economy that can create safety net for us, rather than all these 4-year palliatives and things like that, particularly when you now see the politicians at the other side living large, you know,
at the expense of the
and most of the time they don't even recognize the thugs that got wounded for them.
Or the people.
Exactly. So let's bring it to the ground level and say, okay, go out there, test your popularity, and then have warned us, they are all friends. You know, they move from party to another where their interests will be projected. So my prayer is just that God will hold them and say, please do my will. Let the people rejoice.
We hope so. On this note, we are going to say a very big thank you to Barrister Jide Ologun, who is a legal practitioner and, of course, a man of repute. We've seen your profound and robust CV, which is always something to come and beckon on when we need you to speak like this in public places and to give your opinion and assertions on decisions that make us Nigeria. I want to say thank you again. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
What station now?
This moment why this man not allow me to go and vote. See the two of them. You. Now, see the man.
What are you saying?
It has been 30 minutes. Almost, yes, close to an hour.
Yes, there's both the voter apathy, no doubt. However, I believe that there are many more people who want to come out to express their franchise, but the overwhelming presence of security men and the lockdown of the city, if I were not the governor, I'm not sure I would have been able to get to my polling unit. I mean,
Position your products and services on the platform that guarantees massive exposure to the right markets. Take advantage of the opportunities IBrandTV brings to you live on Brandish Your Brand. For further inquiries, call 070-6800-168 or you can call 080-80-82-6735. Email marketing@ibrandtv.com. Brandish Your Brand live on IBrandTV, where business comes first.
As a voter with disability, please pay attention to this Election Day voting procedure. Don't be afraid. The National Disability Law prohibits discrimination against voters with disabilities at the polling unit. The Electoral Act have mandated INEC to ensure that as citizens with disabilities, you are entitled to priority voting, braille ballot for the blind, magnifying glasses for albinos, Election Day instructions to support the deaf, among other provisions. Election starts at 8:30 a.m. at every polling station. When you get to the polling station, present your PVC for accreditation using BVAS. At the polling booth, check to be sure your name is on the voters register for that polling unit. Then ensure you get authenticated on the BVAS using your fingerprint or facial recognition. Once you have been accredited, you will be issued a ballot paper. Go to the voting cubicle to make your choice in secret and drop your marked ballot paper in the ballot box. When you have voted, you may leave. Or if you wish to witness vote sorting and counting, make sure you are at least 300 meters away from the voting area. Go out and make your voice heard as we recruit those that will serve us. This message is brought to you by the Campaign for Equal Voting Access, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
Do you want the most up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion? Something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than also on IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment.
Full bottle. Thank you very much, Damian. Thank you very much to have me here, Joshua.
Okay, I think we're going to look into the system of voting today. We've recorded around Lagos, around Nigeria particularly, and in some states we've seen a huge low turnout as regards the February 25th presidential election. What can you say particularly could be an orchestrating factor to these declining figures?
Clearly, by intent, purpose, coloration, Nigerian elections have usually skewed towards presidential.
Okay.
And so when you say we are going to have elections in Nigeria, usually the favor always go for presidential.
The drive.
Psychologically, the thinking is that the presidential will therefore have what you call a ratchet effect or a demonstration effect on other elections. Remember, at one point in time, we were toying with having all elections in one day, okay, maybe staggering presidents and governors at particular point in time until the Electoral Act 2010, as amended, now puts a little bit of a stop to that. So we got into a crescendo naturally. I believe quite a number of people depending on what side you belong to, got into a state of ennui. Ennui meaning
lack of confidence, complacence.
No, it's just that. Okay, what else?
No interest, apathy.
Disinterested, basically because my thinking, or why
at this time
MC Oluomo be saying allegedly,
according to the videos making rounds.
Why should he be saying, well, if not that way, why that way? We are also allegedly, we had imports of videos, they may be fake. Absolutely. And they may not necessarily be fake, which is alleging that, well, the battleground will be a place like Lagos. A place like Lagos where allegedly people have been singing the tune of No Man's Land. It's now my turn to be in there.
Bigotry division.
Ethnic bigotry division and stuff like that. So the thing now got to a stage where many people feel, is it really worth my while? Those three dimensions that I've given is neither here, can neither be there, that at the end of the day, if voters turnout has gone below the threshold of what we are expecting, I think they are very potent factors. And the fact that the average third person or fourth person in a population, situation, still believe that their votes are not counting, Beavers, IREV notwithstanding. I think these are some of the things that have come together to. I must also state something. I think day before yesterday, something onto what happened in Oyo State. Hooligans went into a party secretariat and shot a whole human being and was placed on the roadside. What do you expect to see in Oyo State as the other example? Or in Benue State, where it's been fight and battles.
Tussles over and over.
I think all put together tells you that the likelihood that you are going to be having.
I know that we have to go on a quick break, and when we're back, we'll continue with where we stopped. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning.
It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on StarTimes channel 143.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered.
Do you want the most up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion? On IBrandTV, brands and fashion is tailored to fulfill all of your fashion needs. From the thrilling trend segment, which keeps you current on the changing faces of fashion, to the brand spotlight, which educates you on the fashion business, there is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than us on IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle.
Welcome back. It is still Nigeria Decides 2023, and at the moment we already have reports that vote counting has begun across Lagos State. And this will take us over to our senior correspondent, Paul Aiboji, to give us reports on how the counting has started.
I see in Ojodu, that it was 2 Unit 92. We saw them transmitting the election results via Viva right now before they left.
Okay, Paul. So far, what would your assessment be about security and, of course, the voter turnout?
Talking about the turnout of electorate, of course, you understand that what we saw during the presidential election is quite different from what we are seeing today, because there's actually voter apathy. Whether we like it or not, we have to accept the fact that not too many persons came out for this election. It may be for their own reasons. It may be to what they think. Possibly, like some of the persons that we said, that most of the electorate had interest in the presidential election, and after the presidential election, they decided to stay put in their various in their houses and not want to come out to vote. Now, talking about security, most of the places we went to actually saw security agents on the ground. But that is not to say that there were no signs of violence in some areas. In one of the areas that we ended up visiting today, we saw broken bottles all over the places, some fully units and all that. As for now,
communicate in English, communicate in Creole, communicate in Pidgin, communicate in Fufude,
diverse languages,
so that everybody. Now, after doing all that, communication is never enough. There will still be some people beyond the fence, so they might not say, "I didn't hear you," or "I didn't hear you well," and stuff like that. The important thing is for you to now come back, go there, and do that communication. The only reason why you will not want to do that communication if you have something to hide, or like they say, some security reasons. So I am the pilot on this ship. You are there. There are certain things I have seen you have not seen.
And you are not willing to carry us along, maybe?
I cannot carry you along, because the time to carry you along, if I try to do it, we are all going to go into the abyss. And so what I need to do is, you begin to see some shaking. Now, why is this captain not talking to us? Why is he not talking to us? Now, once you find a bit of a balance, the first thing you do, Damilola, Joshua, I'm sorry, a few minutes ago, you noticed that, the air pressure went off, or, blah, blah, blah.
Turbulence was tough.
The reason is because of A, B, C, D that will have crashed us now. It's going to be my word against what you believe. However, we are going to get to a particular destination where we are going to be making some decisions, some emergency landing, and I will now be explaining. That did not happen. I am afraid, because that did not happen, cast a lot of doubt on the capacity and the intent of INEC. The jury is not yet fully out. Hopefully the court is going to go through all that gamut of the process. Why you said, for instance, the beavers worked, captured and eliminated multiple voting, and was not loaded onto IREL on a particular instance. Whereas in Damilola, I have a fair idea. Why that will not be. But it's not for me. Mine is still a conjecture. Is it that something extraordinary happened and you are not prepared to let us know as at that time until we get an emergency landing? And then, because once you make us understand that the people talk about missiles and Scud missiles and anti-missiles and stuff like that may affect these other elections, time will tell. So I agree with you, Joshua, and that's why I was going to interrupt you. Hey, come on. As far as I'm concerned, it's a no-brainer. If you said this is what we are going to do, if that is the process that we have told the whole wide world we are going to go through, and we haven't gone through that process, and we have not gotten explanations why
we didn't go through that process.
Why we didn't go that process, even though we landed at a destination. Hey, wait a minute. Damilola, I don't know if you have a mom, a grandmother.
Oh, she's late.
The grandmother will tell you one of the things is a blind man, and somebody who is physically cannot hear. They want to enter a partnership to fry groundnuts. The blind man must I got a choke. And for that reason, please, I'm going to put aside what I am doing to give that
reason,
to give that confidence and trust. Trust is a very thin
line.
that if you do not go through that process, if A does not follow B and B follows C and it does not go beyond Z, it can happen. You can have AZ. You
can have ZA.
There are possibilities. But if you have said that is the way it should go, so I think what failed was the fact that communication, timely communication, communication again, to over communication, to make sure that all those things are in place.
But I think over the time it has been a major deficit. It has been a deficiency in the Nigerian system that
yet when we do electronic voting and we are really sure that we are able to take care of hackers and what have you, nobody is going to tell you that you must communicate with us. We must understand that you communicate with us. If you don't communicate timely, if you don't communicate for us to understand, we are going to wait for you on a particular day. We are going to get whatever it is that you want to give us. And we are going to tell you, so you are coming back to us this time? Sorry.
There's no way.
There is no way. What? I want you to mark it. This is my own prescription.
Okay.
This is my own projection. Whether at the federal, whether at the state, whether at the National Assembly, whether at the state assemblies, whether at the local government levels, you are going to see more engagement of communication, communication, communication. If you don't do it, if you don't start it early enough, and you gain at the straight, by the time you get to the roundabout, you are really going to lose. If you do not, right now, are capable of communicating with the youths, if you are not capable of, for whatever reason, whether it's NSAS, whether it's women empowerment, and they keep on telling you, back in the day, talking about Chibok girls, we are marching on the streets and stuff like that, and people will just
look away.
That is not going to go on. As a matter of fact, I'll go another step further. It's been said that in Nigeria, the process of the constitutional recall is very tedious. I think it remains tedious. With this election that we have seen, I like to see another system you are using or some other system that you are using. Or you come out and say, I don't know. I just don't know. I'm sorry. I am occupying this seat. It just didn't occur to me that I should have known much more debt. I am sorry about it. And you know what? When that communication begins to flow, nobody is going to tell you or tell me or tell Joshua that it's high time for you to carry your bag and baggage and say you are not fit for purpose. That is what I am beginning to see. And for people who believe that it's just for theirs for the taking, we need to go and do a post-mortem. They now know that it's not going to be
business as usual.
Business as unusual.
Oh, as unusual. Okay.
So when you talked so much and exhaustively about community,
simply start. That is exactly it. Now you refuse to engage with the people. You refuse out of some.
Could that be arrogance?
Some arrogance. Saying to yourself that I know what to do to make sure votes. I can find a way, either using truggery or whatever it is, votes.
Manipulations.
To manipulate things. It is dwindling. For man, not man for the rule, as the case might be, and the fact that if you do something with your left hand with the rule, let the right hand also have a compassion around that to explain, as in the example that we just stated now, son, daughter, I knew you were going to get your hand burned, but I told you are not going to listen. But I wanted you to go.
To experience firsthand.
When you experience firsthand, you've learned a lesson that you will now be able to teach your children and your children's children.
Which becomes transgenerational.
Better late than never. Now, you're going to make that point to them. You know, sometimes because of the mother thing,
the motherly love and the bond,
you don't pity him. You didn't know. Now you know. Next time, there are certain processes.
And achievable manifestos is playing a right in this current situation in Lagos.
Damilola, I want to be very careful to state something. Hopefully, you will be able to understand and my listeners will be able to understand. On one hand, yes, what do you have to do? I mean, are you going to take care of me? And how, you know?
What's your plan for me?
What's your track record? Why? Damilola, I hope you won't mind. Why should I be looking at you so very beautiful? And I don't think you're transgender. Because I don't have the trust that you might have been a Joshua and Joshua.
Break. When we return, Aki Fatunke, who is a public affairs analyst, is still here with us. And of course, Josh and I are still driving you to the destination. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV. Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
As Lagosians file out to carry out their civic duty today, the 18th day of March 2023, the roads of Lagos seems to have been deserted. Standing here on the 3rd Mainland Bridge, you can see that the roads are empty. No cars going, no cars coming. But this same route, if you take this road a day separate from today, you would most likely be facing a serious bottleneck of traffic. This is what happens when election comes to play. Everybody wants to play their part in choosing who will be their next leader.
Well, from the developing story that we are, and from our movements, is above average. What we had in the presidential was totally discouraging. some places, even the places that we've been to now, where Nanifo, where all those places, materials did not arrive on time. But logistics-wise, there's a great improvement on the side of INEC. So we still want to appeal to political actors that they should play by the rules, and nobody can let his or her child become a thug. We want to appeal to voters that they should demonstrate the highest level of, of being peaceful, and to our personnel too, they have demonstrated the highest level of professional conduct. We salute the media.
It's about peace, it's about progress, it's about prosperity for our states and our country at large. And I want you all, gentlemen of the press, to continue to preach and to advocate for everyone to have the right to be able to express themselves freely, fairly, and transparently. I'm indeed happy driving here this morning that everywhere in the city looks calm. But there are a few disturbing videos that we also see where some parties, I'm told that they were doing one or two things which it's not verifiable, so I'm not going to talk about it. Right? But truly, really, is just to say that I'm excited and I'm happy to be here. And I want to ask that all of our voters, all of our citizens should just remain vigilant. You know, if you see anything, say something, and just all let's come out, you know, and exercise our right freely, devoid of any form of acrimony or any form of protest or any form of intimidation. That is not acceptable.
Of no consequence. I heard that last year, and I hold on dearly to it, because after election like this and after the whole quagmire that happens, electoral violence, even violence against INEC staffs, violence against electorates, against even the voters, we rarely see anybody brought to book and being followed up. I remember, probably let's use a case of Abba Kyari and the way people followed up his case, or what's happening to Abba and all of that. We don't seem to see that enthusiasm when it comes to following up with who messed up our voting process. What do you think is the reason for this?
The reason for it is that governance and politics, like Harold Laswell said, when he described politics as who gets what, who, where, without you necessarily having to sow. When I mean sow your brains, your sweat, your brain, your brawn, and yet many things come to you. You see, it's the reason why, to resolve the problem of this perpetual life thing, if a leader, not a ruler, if a leader decides he experiences the kind of hardship that they always go through, in no distant time, the problem is going to be resolved. But if he stays in a perpetual high, he does not even feel, he does not even see, he will just be like a Maria Antoinette, the Queen Louis XVI in France. Just see a lot of people shouting that they don't have bread. And he said, call for the life of me, go give them cake. Because she did not understand that people can be hungry. So, in line with that, I know that once we don't have consequences, we'll continue to march on the same spot. And you know, when you continue to march on the same spot and that place becomes a match, it will be a rigmarole to begin to sink, which is exactly. Now, on account of you now becoming a president or a governor, a local government chairman, will think that he needs a new toy. And that new toy is going to be a bike, all of that kind of stuff. You must say no. And if you do not want to accept that no, you must show me from where you are getting that kind of fund. Is it my money you are stealing? Or is it from your mom? That, at the end of the day, will send a signal to the blind, to the lame, to the deaf, that we now have a sheriff in town who is going to lead by example. You know what that now then tells? Whether the thugs or the kidnappers or what have you, that if this guy catches you, if you are caught, you are going to be in trouble. Secondly, you know, it's always easy when you point one finger.
At one person. I
point one finger, 4 are pointing at me. This is your prize. And if you've not done it well, can you learn how to do it well? Can we give you a chance to learn how to do it well? And if you perpetually continue to fail, there has to be consequence for that. That is the way. That is the mindset that we have to pursue. Very, 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 very important. I dare say, don't forget, during the First Republic, we had leaders that went through some of the things that we are talking about. They had children. Tahabalewa had children. Awolowo had children. Okpara had children. Sardana of Sokoto had children. Did you ever see situations where either their wives, okay, they're all men, either their wives or their children are seen as the spoiled brats all around, defiling the constitution, doing things that are not right, and then when they bring that to your attention, you now decide that you are going to look away.
Turn the other cheek.
You are not a leader. You are you're a bloody tyrant ruler.
Okay, I think I'd like us to take a quick break from now, and we'll be right back shortly to continue with our submission on leadership and accountability in governance. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness Reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on StarTimes channel 143.
With over 200 million people,
particular economy.
Joshua, I will tell you why I think, unknown to you, you seem to be asking just a question. Yeah? You seem to be asking just a question. But it goes beyond you asking that question. Because I would have loved that in a business school, the PhD class, throw that in and let's see what exactly, how people are going to relate to it. And I can tell you, for the next 1 year, you can be coming in and be doing tutorials. You'll be shocked that what you just dropped into the puddle now is what people will now continually
banter and drag on.
Because there's not going to be one line kind of answer. I will attempt it and tell you this. What is the language that the region or whatever in Nigeria that produce the highest number of professors? What did he do? He kept at it. They threw stones at him. They hurled insults at him. He never relented because he was so sure of what he was going to do. Today, Awolowo is a beneficiary of a legacy that can never be forgotten. He went to Ishekiri land, and at Ishekiri land, he said, oh, no way, there's no way, and stuff like that. He would remove his shoes, went to the hinterland, and people now began to look at it. This guy said he wants to go into those hinterlands, empathize with them, join them not necessarily because you are looking for election. Try to find a way to emancipate them. Ensure that even if it's just one child that you're able to pick, to now develop in a way that you can then use that to make an example, you become an example nationwide. People don't understand this. They don't have that level of emotional intelligence. The shallowness stinks to high heavens. So, a journey of 1,000 miles, people say you start with to say, and so what? When we begin to have this kind of sense of shame back in the Oyo Empire, if you remember, when Alafin and co will say, well, Shibafun, you know, I mean, you've done something, and then by the time they open the Calabar, you virtually will have to go and commit suicide because of that kind of shameful thing. comes back to the fact that because you don't have a sense of shame, you can buy your way back into reckoning. We had a couple of people, you remember Anamesega, you remember you know, Dariye in Plateau, you remember Ogodomi Godo in Delta, Ibori and stuff like that, who's asking you to be accountable, and you believe you can do it for 4 years after raping. You come back to the same set of people and you want to rape them for another 4 years, meaning democracy, like Fela said. Is that the kind of democracy we are having? We are doing everything but real tenets of democracy, and hard questions must be asked. Is this the type of democracy will take us? Do you know how much has been spent? Do you know how much was spent in 2015? Do you know how much was spent in 1999? Yet, at the end of the day, it's going to be the tribunal, okay, it's going to be the Supreme Court. So if it is going to be the Supreme Court that's going to choose for us, will be such that if you have a semblance of questions being asked around you, let's find a way to shame you. And if you say you don't have any sense of shame, and that the only thing is that even after conviction, you go in front of cameras and be dancing palongo here and there and be coming to show us that this is what we have been able to retrieve and stuff like that. There has to be a way. There has to be a rule of law, and our law must be seen to be working. And for our law to be seen to be working also needs that we have to have the confidence in the judicial system. You know, also in the judicial system, we've disparaged a lot of our Supreme Court judges, unfortunately, maybe for good reason, but at least we must also come to terms that no matter how bad, this still remains a Supreme Court.
On different public issues that have been making rounds, of course, in the Nigerian public space, and putting the faith in Nigerians that certain things as regards our country can work. We'll go on a quick commercial break now. When we get back, we're going to round up this season of with Barrister, with Akin Fatunke. Please forgive me. With Akin Fatunke. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
Which educates you on the fashion business. There is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on brands and fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on Star Times Channel 143. want the most up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the
voting has gone. We've seen free, fair election in some areas. We've also recorded allegedly election disruption in some areas, as we have seen videos making rounds on social medias, on the internet space at large. We hope that, of course, at the end of this whole exercise, the best man wins. Just like the saying, he who the cap fits, let him wear it. At least to drive the #1 seat of a state, I think is nothing to gamble about. Let people elect competence, character, capability, capacity into the person who they trust and who they have faith in. We're still here with Akin Fatunke, and of course Josh is still very much here with us. We're analyzing the role of government, the role of governance in election processes and leadership as a whole. And now, in this whole of election and in the presidential election, I really did not see too much of the PWD. I mean, the persons living with disability. What could be the reason for the low or poor turnout of these people?
Thank you very much, Dami. Sets to bring democracy from the grassroots. We still have a democracy with parties joining, jumping fence, jumping, cross-carpeting, not following the process to making sure that whoever wants to emerge has to be some so and so days, must be on the register and stuff like that. So at that lower level, democracy is not working. We only now then get to president sign languages and stuff like that, braille. Can be appointed to go be our representatives in different and diverse places. Let's begin to harness them. Let's begin to bring them onto. Don't let us continue this process of that it is only those of us who have physical eyes, physical ability to learn that has the best brains. Those kind of brains are being buried and are not being utilized. Go elsewhere. Come and go and see what these people are doing in Turkey. It pains, but that is the truth. Our process and our attitude and our mindset, a parent not working and all that, I have not cast my vote. Beat me to stupor. I haven't cast my vote. In respect, I must make sure I cast my vote. At my polling unit where I live in Solo, I got there and I saw an aged woman. She was already bent like this. She was sitting down waiting to cast for that. One of the things that I love, and I think that happens in other places, people have said, the aged, please.
Of course, preference. We are giving preference, aged, pregnant women.
And she sat down. She had some challenge, of course. Where do, she picked her. She went. I said, Mama, you need to go like this. She went to the other side. Mama, this is the
nation, Nigeria. Right about now, we'll go on a break, and when we return, we're going to wrap up this segment in full. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
For
breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections. Join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation. Election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV Eyewitness Reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Position your products and services on the platform that guarantees massive exposure to the right markets. Take advantage of the opportunities IBrandTV brings to you live on Brandish Your Brand. For further inquiries, call 070-68000168 or you can call 080-8082-6735. Email marketing@ibrandtv.com. Brandish Your Brand live on IBrandTV, where business comes first.
As a voter with disability, please pay attention to this election day voting procedure. Don't be afraid. The National Disability Law prohibits discrimination against voters with disabilities at the polling unit. The Electoral Act have mandated INEC to ensure that as citizens with disabilities, you are entitled to priority voting, braille ballot for the blind, magnifying glasses for albinos, election day instructions to support the deaf, among other provisions. Election starts at 8:30 a.m. at every polling station. When you get to the polling station, present your PVC for accreditation using BVAS. At the polling booth, check to be sure your name is on the voters register for that polling unit. Then ensure you get authenticated on the BVAS using your fingerprint or facial recognition. Once you have been accredited, you will be issued a ballot paper. Go to the voting cubicle to make your choice in secret and drop your marked ballot paper in the ballot box. When you have voted, you may leave, or if you wish to witness vote sorting and counting, make sure you are at least 300 meters away from the voting area. Go out and make your voice heard as we recruit those that will serve us. This message is brought to you by the Campaign for Equal Voting Access, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
Do you want the most up-to-date fashion advice or an in-depth look at the world of fashion? On IBrandTV, Brands and Fashion is tailored to fulfill all of your fashion needs. From the thrilling trend segment, which keeps you current on the changing faces of fashion, to the brand spotlight, which educates you on the fashion business, there is something for everyone. And there is always the ever-fun glitch portion to keep you wanting more. Catch the thrill, the glitz and the glamour on Brands and Fashion. It's something you definitely do not want to miss.
The ride just started. Trust me, we have more of interesting rides for you.
It's all happening here on StarTimes channel 143.
Among other areas of the economy, no one does it better than also IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Welcome back. I must say it's been an insightful time over the hours viewing the political landscape of our dear country, Nigeria, and our attitude, Nigerians' attitude towards performing their civic rights and responsibility. And about now, we are going to be winding up totally for these hours that we have been here talking to you and getting your views with our seasoned guests who have joined us from 12 p.m. into now 5 p.m. that we are rounding up. And of course, I still have my own very co-host here. We're doing this together. Do you have something to tell the people about the election? What's going on?
Yeah, basically my overall take on the conduct of today's election was, yeah, we experienced low turnout, in most locations, and of course we understand the reason for the turnout, which is normal. But the fact that, yes, INEC to some extent lived up to the expectation when it comes to the, functionality of this device, I mean the beavers. And of course we didn't hear where issues that has to do with result being uploaded to the IRF couldn't go due to network issue. So on that note, I have to score them well on that. But of course, going forward, we want to improve on issue that has to do with voter turnout, because when we see things like this, it tells us that a lot needs to be done. People need to be sensitized, people's confidence needs to be boosted, especially to have trust and confidence in INEC being able to conduct election, and of course try as much as we can as a people, and of course with those who are saddled with leadership, to be able to make sure that the environment is peaceful for everyone to go out and of course cast their ballot, because when the environment is not safe, people will hardly go out, and if people hardly go out, of course what we see is what we're going to get.
Thank you, Josh, for that. Joshua, for that submission. I think my takeout for this election period is that it is better than what we have always had, what we've had at least since 1999, that I have been privileged to know that I can vote and I can actually perform my civic right and responsibility. And I would say that is, if we're being fair, if we're going to come to fairness, the election has been reasonably fair across the country. There's not been too many. We've had, yes, there'll be loopholes here and there, pockets of troubles here and there, which I believe that the security organizations or the security apparatus will be dealing with that efficiently, which is their job to do. I just want to enjoin Nigerians that we should not get tired, we shouldn't get laid back, we shouldn't get complacent. Sometimes we feel that is this going to end anywhere? But remember, there is always light at the end of the tunnel. We will be back at 7 p.m. for the collation of the results, and of course seasoned guests will be joining Frank Omolape and Blossom Nwoye on the show to drive us into the night. My name remains Damilola Banire, and please continue to be patriotic citizens of Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
And also my
for breaking news and updates on the 2023 live coverage, brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than also IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on StarTimes channel 143.
IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further. We got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68-000-168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
With over 200 million people, to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy, no one does it better than also IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis.
With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68-000-168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than also IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for beat-by-beat actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the Star Times network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further, we got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
With over 200.
Position your products and services on the platform that guarantees massive exposure to the right markets. Take advantage of the opportunities IBrandTV brings to you live on Brandish Your Brand. For further inquiries, call 070-68000168 or you can call 080-8082-6735. Email marketing@ibrandtv.com. Brandish your brand live on IBrandTV, where business comes first.
As a voter with disability, please pay attention to this Election Day voting procedure. Don't be afraid. The National Disability Law prohibits discrimination against voters with disabilities at the polling unit. The Electoral Act have mandated INEC to ensure that as citizens with disabilities, you are entitled to priority voting, braille ballot for the blind, magnifying glasses for albinos, election day instructions to support the deaf, among other provisions. Election starts at 8:30 a.m. at every polling station. When you get to the polling station, present your PVC for accreditation using BVAS. At the polling booth, check to be sure your name is on the voters register for that polling unit. Then ensure you get authenticated on the BVAS using your fingerprint or facial recognition. Once you have been accredited, you will be issued a ballot paper. Go to the voting cubicle to make your choice in secret and drop your marked ballot paper in the ballot box. When you have voted, you may leave. Or if you wish to witness vote sorting and counting, make sure you are at least 300 meters away from the voting area. Go out and make your voice heard as we recruit those that will serve us. This message is brought to you by the Campaign for Equal Voting Access, a program of the Center for Citizens with Disabilities and supported by MacArthur Foundation.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities. From the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than those on IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections.
Podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further, we got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities. From the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than those on IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us at
So send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network. and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Is the State Collation Center for the Governorship and State House of Assembly election here in Lagos State. It's actually in the complex of the National Independent Electoral Commission, INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Now, what is happening here in a few hours from now, it's going to be the collation of results for the elections earlier conducted today. We visited some of the polling units earlier today, and we discovered that most of the polling units ended election at about 12, waiting for the 2:30 p.m. deadline before they started collation. It's unusual compared to what we saw during the presidential elections, where at some polling units, elections were being conducted even to the evenings, waiting for the last person on the queue, according to the Electoral Act, to cast his vote. Few hours from now, we'll be seeing the collation officers coming in. We'll be seeing the resident electoral commissioner coming in. We'll also be seeing some of these empty chairs you see here filled with the returning officer and some other security agents and officers here. Notwithstanding, it's not yet time for the results to be announced from various local government areas in Lagos State. But we have media organizations already here on the ground, putting finishing touches to preparations so as to be able to get the information disseminated. Stay back, relax, and we'll be bringing you bit by bit of happenings here, direct here from the Collation Center. Every bit of it you'll get to know on IBrandTV. I am Ibuji Korea, standing by from the Collation Center.
For breaking news and updates on the 2023 elections, join IBrandTV live coverage of the elections for bit-by-bit actions with our correspondents across the nation, presenters and leads of quality guests on ground to capture the moment with depth and unbiased analysis. IBrandTV live coverage of the elections opens 8 a.m. Saturday and runs until the election results are announced. You too can be part of the process with the IBrandTV eyewitness reporter by calling the studio lines or send your messages via our social media platforms or WhatsApp line. Nigeria Decides 2023 live coverage brought to you by IBrandTV, channel 143 on the StarTimes network and all social media platforms. IBrandTV, business first.
Are you a content creator, podcaster, voiceover artist, or show producer in need of a studio space or equipment for your projects? Then look no further, we got you covered. With the very best of equipment and studio spaces at the most affordable rates you can ever imagine. For further inquiries, call 081-8236-4120 or you can call 070-68000168 or visit our head office at number 12 Old Olowara Road, Ojodu Berger, Lagos.
With over 200 million people, Africa's largest economy has a story to tell. It's the story of an economy that has the ability to develop from a single-digit to double-digit GDP growth rate. In the last last 5 years, over 41.5 million micro, small and medium-sized firms, as well as about 17.4 million registered SMEs, have accounted for nearly 48% of the national GDP. This is the narrative of Nigeria's economy, which is bursting at the seams with possibilities, from the stock market to maritime, agriculture to telecommunications, power, ICT, and oil and gas, among other areas of the economy. No one does it better than those on IBrandTV.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Breakfast, coming to you live from our studio here in Lagos.
Business Breakfast, showing on weekdays at this time.
Good day to you wherever you're watching us from.
Good morning.
Morning. It's a beautiful morning.
When the day breaks on IBrandTV, we serve you with informative talks on politics.
It is all politics.
Economy.
I am not a supporter of this government.
Sports.
Firpo for Rodrigo.
Entertainment. Health. Relationships.
What makes you think I want to get married?
And lifestyle. Every weekday from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Join us as we spice up your day on IBrand Daybreak on Star Times Channel 143.
It is exactly 24 hours since Nigerians decided their next governors across 28 states out of the 36 federal states, definitely not leaving behind the states, House of Assembly reps. With high monuments and enthusiasm, the people of Nigeria came out in their mass to exercise their franchise the same way 2 weeks ago. On the 25th of February 2023, exactly 18 political parties fielded candidates for the governorship polls. And in anticipation, tensions have been high, and people of Lagos especially are waiting patiently on the same across the states for the fallout of the results. Last night, Lagos INEC deferred and declared the commencement of the collations till 11 a.m. this morning.
But we're voting here at the Peju Estate National School, the gubernatorial candidate for the Unity Party of Nigeria himself has now gotten his card into the Quebeco ballot box. So we expect that by the end of the day, when this election is happening.
You see? Emma Tolo. Oh yeah, small.
You're welcome back. Of course, that video was called out from the 28th July election that happened in 1979, of course, which had the big political wigs of the Alhaji Shehu Shagari of the NPN. It also had Chief Obafemi Awolowo of the UPN and Dr. Nnamdi Azikiwe of the NPP parties, respectively. And we saw, at least we have been able to see with our own eyes, what the video looked like, even if so many of us probably were not around to know. And I know that some of our age parents, they were on this queue at this time. So I'm going to be taking Olusegun Okwade through. He's a public affairs analyst, through with the I think the peace that was experienced, the peace and tranquility that was experienced in 1979 against what we have in the modern day election. Good morning and welcome on the show.
Good morning, Dami, and good morning to all our viewers. I'm happy to be here this morning.
That's great. I'm sure that you were able to. Okay, first of all, let me ask you, did you exercise your franchise yesterday?
Evidence to show.
Okay, that's absolutely good. So you are one of the very responsible Nigerians.
I will always remain responsible because I feel fulfilled casting my vote.
That's pretty. Now we're moving into the video that we just showed the viewer. I want to ask you, what do you think particularly has changed in 44 years? Of course, I'm sure that a lot of people have different perspectives to incidents and stories, occurrences, but what's your own takeout from this 44 years difference?
Yeah, like you mentioned, we are talking about 44 years ago, and you and I understand civilization has come to play. Technology has taken the rise for each and every one of us, and trust deficit on the part of the citizen and those that are governing us. These are major critical deficiency that has actually spanned the differences in what we had in 1979 and now. That's 44 years ago. And if you ask me, I'm sure you can see that it's still the same. Even then, we have an open ballot system where you have to queue behind a particular candidate that you are actually voting for before they went into the secret ballot system. So, but what has actually changed is that technology, one way or the other, has caused its own advantages, and we've got the disadvantage side of it. The trust gap between the government and those that are being governed has also necessitated some of the things that we are seeing now. And interest, like I always say, politics is about interest. You may not participate actively in politics, but you may definitely have your interest that you feel is at stake when some of these things are going on. Nobody, I would say nobody, follows a political party for the warmth of it. Majority feel that certain things can be done certain ways. Like you mentioned, during the likes of Shagari, Awolowo, Zig, there were differences. People follow the pathway. And one thing I can say, which is a complete gap of what we had 1979 and now, is that majority of our political parties lack ideology. Those days, you know what the Shagari party stands for, the NNPP, you know what the UPN stands for, then the NPP, what they stands for. Just like we have in the same climb. If you go between the Democrats and the Republican in United States of America, you know that the Republicans are known to be conservative, the Republicans are more of the Democrats, and you've not seen cross-carpeting happening the way we have it here. So there's a wide gap of people jumping from one place to the other because the foundation is wrong. Somebody will wake up this morning in a political party, the next day he has jumped to the other side. You see personal interest overriding the ideology of the party, and it brings to bear that ideology. It's individual. But before now, what we see is that people put together collectively their resources to run party. But now, individuals feel that they are much more bigger than the party they want to rule. So, if you are not in the books of the people you claim to be living, the next thing we see you is to migrate to another place, and that has actually created problem to me compared to what we have those days. When you see the manifesto of a UPN person, Awolowo came up, and we saw Jack Conde, even though Awolowo could not win at the federal level, at the state level, we saw Jack Conde, you know, bringing to bear some of the ideology of UPN. One of them is free education. He was able to, you know, metamorphose things in the Western region to bring up Cocoa House, set up the first television station, and you can see some of those development from their side. Shagari on his own part has their ideology. They moved around it and people believe them for what they are. But what we've seen, which is a complete shift of what we've known before, is that all our political parties, and that's why the politicians can take us for granted, because if we know you to be consistent with what you claim with a political party, even if you are not winning, over time people will know that, okay, this is where you are today, and you have been consistently there, eating the same thing on the same way, to say we want to fight this. Even if your party is losing, you can stand up as strong opposition to challenge status quo of any government that will put them on the right track, to say, okay, you've promised this, at least those are the reasons why the people have voted you in, but we are keeping the track record, and that will put you on toe. Be anyone that is winning the election. But because the politician knows that they are all individual that can move from one place to the other once you are not in the favor. You wake up in a party here, you sleep in the other party at that part.
I like the point that you're vigorously talking about cross-carpeting, which also has had me thinking for a while, and I know that it's the reaction of almost all Nigerians on the streets who have been opportune to speak with about consequences for cross-carpeting. There seems to be none in this climb of political era that we are, and so like you said, somebody can wake up in a political party and sleep in another political party. So do you think that if the consequences are attached to it, it will reduce and make people more focused and buy the ideology of their party instead of interest?
Of course, it's not only in politics that we look at consequences not being put to play. It's across board. When you see people who feel that they are above the law, they cannot be corrected at any point in time. So when I do anything, I take it up, and that is me doing it. We've seen instances of people flouting the law and having the effrontery because they have their link with possibly the government in power, and tells you, who are you to stop me for possibly following the one way? Do you know who you are talking to? And you ask yourself the question, an elite who has, you know, that connection with the power to be, and is just flouting the law and feel you can go scot-free with it. If you don't mind yourself, I will call the governor, who will call your boss to order. And you see certain people just shaking up there. It's because there are no consequences. You don't try that. Even when they don't even pick you on the road. We are talking of technology coming to play and doing certain things. The penalty that we award to some of these things. Some of us had advocated for community punishment, you know, where community service, elite will come, and you see them sweeping the road,
picking the dirt and around.
Well, some of my friends came and said, so you know, Nigerians, we love acting skits. The next minute you hear somebody telling you, you can see that I'm serving my nation.
That's the fact that he was
reprimanded. So you see, I stooped so low, and that can even be a campaign gimmick for some people. He will not go to the right, because we like leaving one side of the story to report the other side of the story. When you play such thing to an average person, it will come and tell you that, yeah, I was actually serving my country. I feel that because I know years to come, I will definitely be, you know, canvassing for this. I stood so low to go out and sweep my community, not knowing, and people that do not have understanding. One thing that is lacking, and this I'm putting to the state government, to the federal government, is that we lack history. Those days while some of us were growing up, history is a core course. If you are in a commercial class or art class, you must take history. And I know civic education, you know, I don't know whether social study, I think it's not civil education. It's not civil education. Yeah, social studies those days tell us certain things. When Nigeria got independence, the first prime minister, some of those histories that you can read. Relate with and have understanding of how certain things. There is a wide gap. And that's why you can see the disconnect of the Gen Z and the older ones. And the millennials. You understand? To tell you that this that you're saying, we never see practically coming to reality. Somebody who is in the old age, who understand that the Gen Z do not understand history or have history at the end, comes and tell you story that is not. And because they believe in that person closer to them, they take it. But situation where you go back to school, people read history. They know how certain things come to bear. It enlightens you. It gives you an independent view of addressing issue rather than hearing people telling you about it. A lot unsubstantiated stories going on out there. People sit down at the conference and just say it, and because you feel you are possibly an influencer or someone that you have good followers, you feel that that should be the norm of the day. No, there are so many things that we have used ourselves to punish ourselves. Another thing is taking back those days. That means I don't know if you are part of those people that did it. We were actually doing languages in our schools. Yes, Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, indigenous languages. You see, as a Yoruba person, we were taught Igbo language. Absolutely. Those days, I remain Oto, Ifo, Isi. They taught us those things. Yes. The counting, the numbers, those certain things. You know, the basic things. They will teach you French. They will teach you Hausa. Okay, it's always elective. You pick either if you are a Yoruba person. You pick either of the two. If you are an Igbo, you pick either so that you can have understanding. But where do we have that now? Parents at home who have the identity of their language will not even speak that to them, and we are losing traction. You've been in go to develop climes. We are not saying you should make it a general language is English, but you should be able. How do you see someone coming to an environment addressing a woman who is not knowledgeable in that language you speak it? Communication is key. If the other person is not understanding you, there's a problem. So these are fundamental things that I think our government at the state, at the federal level should start addressing. We should not lose our identity. Okay. Our identity is fundamental to everything that we need to do. Okay. So I'm listening to your analysis, and of course they always bring that division between us. I will say that. See, if we have other things going, you will not see division among, there is no Igbo, there is no Yoruba, there is no Hausa, we are one. But when it is time to bring the citizens, you know, out to do certain things, you start bringing division among them just for your selfish and personal interest. Until we have the interest of the people that will claim that we want to lead or govern, then we are still far from it. Those fundamental bases that were learned while we were growing up, these people are not bringing to bear. Do you know those days there are punishment for certain things that you do, even in the public? And that will serve yourself. If anything happened, will they come to your rescue? Will they even come visiting you? You know, it is when it is highly publicized, and like we are in the political era, you know, electioneering process. That's when you see people going to visit victims of certain things. Eye service. So and we go all out, and we celebrate this medocracy, and we feel that's the right way to go. The answer is no. Until we take the bull by the horn, and record speaks. Records don't lie. And that's why we say history is fundamental. Whatever you're doing, keep archiving it. Keep doing it. People will always play. You always have a replay of whatever you're doing. If it is the right thing that you've been doing, you don't wake up 2-3 years because you feel that you have political ambition and suddenly become a saint and start owning people on that, you know, that side of sympathy, thinking that we can do things right. I feel we need to go back to our old ways of doing things. Even if we are going to inject technology in it, you can learn history. You can write some of these things that we have it, not, you know, mismanaging it. Host it, and you can now say, no, I did not know. Okay, I was misconstrued. You know, when at times when you play this thing back to certain set of people, they said, well, you are misconstruing my statement.
But is there always a usual
overriding decision of certain set of people? Just giving your view, let other critique it. You will understand the reason. I remember during the first 25th election, are you aware that several people do not know the difference between beavers and IREV? Even the elites.
That's the
journalists.
Inadequate sensitization, awareness.
Even people that we expect should know are asking questions to tell individuals that beavers failed. And I said there are two distinct things. And at times we know some of these things. We just claim, all in the name of propaganda, do the other side to win the sympathy of the people. And I said, if beaver failed, the accuracy in terms of correctness of what we have would not be ascertained. INEC admitted that at the time they had challenges, whether they switch, whether they are working on it, but later some of the things that was uploaded was actually verified to be what it is. But what was the narration? We've seen instances. The elites, what are we doing to educate the common man around us? That means where you stay, people believe in you. Because when you're a journalist, they feel you have the right information. But I'm sure you know you can manipulate right information to suit your purpose.
Yes, your own narrative.
And you know you know the reason why you're doing that.
Absolutely.
And your conscience is there. Can every one of us ask our conscience? I keep telling every individual, if we understand the basis, whether you are a Christian, you are a Muslim, you are an Ifa worshipper, knows that you are accountable to someone that will not be there that particular day, I think we'll do the right thing. It's a matter, if you are coming to serve, give the service that is expected, not you micromanaging things. Like I said the other day, what we experienced February 25th was a signal to politicians that it's no longer business as usual. You don't come micromanage things and feel that people are not watching. It is not my fault that your PR department or your information arm of government is not disseminating the right information for us to hear. You cannot be doing things, keep it low, and expect us to know. And when you give information that is being micromanaged or misleading, people verify and they come to challenge it. But most of the time, the politicians have a way of calling people that checkmate those activities to order. Say, oh boy, you don't have to go down.
Negotiations.
Start beginning. Then what is the position of you that you have given the right information? Certain people will enter into negotiation and yield the floor, forgetting that the person you negotiated with today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be trying to speak about integrity, will be the one to use it against you. So these are instances where we feel that let the politician get to the business. Don't come and give us manifesto you cannot achieve. If it is one, if it is two, let's focus on it, work on that. And when you talk of continuity, it may not be of the same party. If you have a good idea, we've seen instances where governance or government changes and the former one still follows suit.
Discontinuity.
Continuity. And we've seen instances of the same party coming to power, downturned. So it's a function of what is your focal point of going into governance. If you claim it is for service, give the service, let people enjoy. We have seen a lot of surprises happening in states.
Unprecedented surprises.
We are just seeing those things coming up. So people must get straight to business. Whosoever at the federal, at the state level wins this election, I have not laid my hands on the financials of the local government. Where do you bring in accountability? Where's the integrity? Where's the transparency that we're all asking of? So these are things, and I feel the politicians are getting the message now. The awareness is getting higher and higher. And whether people want to criticize INEC or not, you see, the last election shows that, to me, the credibility we got from your votes, you know, to me, counts. Spring surprises, and that's what encourage. If not for the social media intimidation, arousing, and all those things, I think it's not